Howdy, howdy. Sorry, I realized I didn't do my live tweet. So I was trying to quickly do it before I could forget and get distracted. But I got it out. It's out. Welcome to the Dragon Age lore stream, because Veilguard is coming out on Halloween, and I think it'll unlock for me like midnight tomorrow night. So I wanted to try and squeak in this lore stream while we still had time. So I stayed up really late last night finishing it. So sorry if anything is rushed, and sorry if I'm kind of tired. But I wanted to make sure everyone was ready to go with all the background you could possibly need, and also so you know my theories. Before we start, hold on, I'm pulling it up. Before we start, and I start the music, and it gets all cool and everything, I just wanted to quick... Thought you were fishing? I was fishing... Okay, so I was fishing like most of yesterday, but then I was like, fuck, I need to do my Dragon Age lore stream. So I started... I started Dredge, like... pretty late Sunday? Was it Sunday? I started Dredge Sunday night, and I beat it in one sitting. And then I was just like really obsessed with it, so then I spent Monday 100%ing it. So I 100%ed it yesterday. Yeah, the Dredge Wolf. And then I was like, I need to be working on my presentation right now. I can't be fishing. And then I was like, but I gotta fish. Man, I love fishing. With or without DLC. Okay, so I beat it in one sitting without the DLC. Then I fell asleep. I'm not gonna tell you what time. I fell asleep. And then I woke up at like 9:30. Which was really weird because I went to bed really late. I woke up at 9:30 and I was like, I want to play more Dredge, but I already beat it. And then I realized there was DLC, so then I bought the DLC. And then I beat both the DLCs, and then I 100%ed it with the DLC. That was all yesterday. So... Random slide full of Dredge bags somehow slipped in. Yeah. But then I was like, okay, I need to work on my presentation. I'm doing this tomorrow, and the people need to know. So I pulled myself away from Dredge. I mean, not that I had anything to pull myself away from. I got literally everything. I platinumed it. I got all the fish. Yeah, that game is dangerous. Anyway, before we start, before I deploy the on-theme music, I wanted to give a quick list of rules. Especially if anyone comes in who's new, who might not know the vibe. I wanted to give a quick list of rules, also rules that are specific to this lore presentation. Absolutely no spoilers in chat for Veilguard, please. I have been pretty... Also, Dr. Shooty, thank you for the membership. No spoilers at all in chat for Veilguard, please. I have been pretty hardcore about not diving into any, like, non-canon information so far. So the stuff that's come out is the trailers, the gameplay reveal, and they did do a podcast. They did a podcast that introduces each of the companion characters and kind of has like a little side story about them. That's all part of this narrative. And it's pretty good. I have only listened to those and watched those. I have not looked at developer commentary. I haven't looked at that people. I haven't even read reviews. Because I don't. The only review that I watched was the GWC review because he's my favorite YouTuber. I have not been getting into the reviews or getting spoiled on anything because I don't want spoilers. I want to go in fresh, only with in-universe stuff as my guide. I'm not one of those people who likes to look up as many spoilers as I can before the game comes out. So no spoilers for Veilguard. If you've seen any kind of leaks or anything like that, please keep them to yourself. I don't want them. Since my mods are less Dragon Age savvy than I am, I'm probably gonna, if I see something that's a spoiler, I'm just gonna be like, no, shoot now, get that out of here. Also, I know that there's a lot of people, leak jump scare. I know that there's a lot of people who are being like real weird about Dragon Age right now. I feel like it's been like that since the first trailer. Cause I don't know, like it's like my favorite tweet says about who Dragon Age is for, and it's specifically me. But yeah, a lot of people have been getting just like real weird about Dragon Age. Like just don't don't bring that in here. All I'm gonna say is that I feel like a bunch of the complaints that I've seen or that I've gotten wind of sound like they're coming from people who have not played any of the games, so I don't really care what they have to say. But yeah, just keep it out of here. I'm not here to discuss that. Go dig a hole. I don't know. And then please, and I know that people might come in later who missed this PSA, I'm going to say it anyway so that it's on the record. Please stay on topic. If you come in and ask me where another game is while I'm doing this presentation, the answer is gonna be up my ass. Do not ask me why I'm not playing another game right now. Don't ask when I'm gonna play another game. Don't ask where the game is. I will play all the games people are asking about. I don't know why people are so anxious. So, keep it. Bun, don't get shot! So that's a really good yeah, that's a good real life example of what will happen if you ask me where another game is. We're talking about Dragon Age tonight. I want to talk about Dragon Age tonight. Please do not try to get me to talk about anything but Dragon Age tonight. Wins Marvel. Except for Dredge. Yeah, you can talk about Dredge. Because it kind of sounds like Dredge Wolf. I would have followed you into hell. And then the last thing is if I get any fellow Dragon Age freaks in here, I don't know if I will, but like, please don't try and backseat my presentation. As a fellow freak, I understand well the desire to dig deeper or clarify information or whatever, but it's I'm trying to cram 300-hour plus games and their DLC and like 9 comics and 6 novels and a podcast into a few hours of a PowerPoint presentation. I am not going to get super in-depth and super hyper-detailed on every single thing. There's probably a few things I'm not going to give enough information on. I might gloss over a couple things, or try to simplify them for like non-Dragon Age players. This is a let's get caught up with the lore. Let's give people the vibe. Let's give context to things for people who might want to watch Veilguard stream or try it out for themselves. This is not my PhD thesis. I mean, it is in a way, but this is in essence not my PhD thesis. And so, like, I don't want there to be any like, oh, but what about this other thing? I know it. We're not gonna get to it probably. There's a lot of crap in here that I tried. Is there a quiz after this? Is there a baby girl section? No, but there's pictures of baby girls in here. There's also one poking out from behind the presentation. So I can't believe Maple isn't making this a 10-hour lore stream. It's tempting. But yeah, I'm trying to make this as like edible as possible to non-Dragon Age people. So I totally get it if I oversimplified something. I am simply trying to get it in there. And there's a good chance it'll come up in Veilguard at some point, and then I'll clarify better. Questions are fine. If anybody is like, hey, what does this mean? Or like, what does that imply? Or what's the deal with such and such? Like, I'm happy to answer those, just not like, why aren't you getting into more of what the Qun teaches? Is gonna be like, because I don't have time. So, is there a syllabus? I should have made one. So what's the deal with airline food? Why is Cullen baby girl? I could go on about that topic forever. Because I could slap hood of Cullen. I can fit so much trauma in this baby girl. I'm sure someone wrote Dragon Age as part of their college thesis. I wrote about video games in my college thesis, but that was kind of like part of what I was researching. So it wasn't like about games themselves. It was more about like the business. I did TA class that was more about, but it was for my Japanese teacher, and she was doing a Japanese media class, and she asked me to TA it for her because she wanted to bring games in to her like media class, and I was like, I'm on it, chief, handled. But this is new. I've never done research on non-Japanese games. Anyway, let's get started. I'm gonna kick in. Chat will make this a 10-hour experience or die trying. Alright, we got the tunes. Let me know if the tunes are too loud or too quiet. I can adjust. Oh, that's a little loud. I can adjust it I can adjust it right now. There we go. A bit loud, yeah. There, how about that? Maybe turn off your BGM? Why? Why don't you like the remix? The reshmix? That's a Maple original. Maple original. Alright. So we're gonna get into it. So before we start, I already did a before we start, but mine was more like, here's what's gonna get you, here's what's gonna get you killed in here. Oh, wait, did I? Are these different sizes? Yeah. Needs to be pretty. Ish. So before we start, things to keep in mind, I've turned off sound alerts. That's... I actually don't know. I've turned off sound alerts. Music down another smidge. Okay. There we go. I have turned off sound alerts. I forgot to, so I could have gotten AO'd in the middle of this. The first section is going to be a big picture world lore about the Dragon Age series. It's mostly spoiler free. A lot of the information. Teacher, can I use the bathroom? No! You should have gone before class. A lot of the information that I'm giving in the initial section is pretty much like from in-world sources. So it's kind of the world as the people in it understand it. The second section is spoiler full, as well as theory crafting. I'll warn people before spoilers. I've added something additional to this since the last time I did this presentation. I've added the story so far section so that we can actually talk about kind of the broad strokes plot of Dragon Age Origins 2 and Inquisition and their respective DLC, to get people kind of mentally caught up with where Veilguard is currently at. Who am I? I've been a BioWare fan since the first Mass Effect. I played it when it first came out, and I got super obsessed with it. But I was very loyal to Mass Effect. For a long time, I was really late to the game with Dragon Age. I did pre-order Dragon Age Origins because I loved Mass Effect so much. And I was like, well, it's BioWare. And I get... I actually got a Mass Effect 2 armor code from pre-ordering Origins. And I was like, well, that'll be cool. I'm excited about that. And... so I pre-ordered it, and then I started playing it, and I was like, oh, I'm not like really feeling this. It's not clicking with me. And I actually loaned it to my friends to play. And I would occasionally kind of catch some of it when I was visiting them and they were playing. And I was like, oh yeah, this looks like kind of cool, but I don't know, I wasn't feeling it. For some reason it didn't click with me. Then world events happened. And I was when I'm really stressed out, I kind of just get into like a high fantasy mode, and all I want to consume is high fantasy things. And I was like, I've been sleeping on Dragon Age for a while, and I'm really in a high fantasy mood right now, and I just want that kind of game. So I think I can commit now. And I got completely obsessed right away. I don't know what was wrong with me the first time. So I started playing it in 2020. I crashed through all 3 games really fast, and then I went through and I replayed all of them like 3 times. It's like I've been in a state of constantly playing Dragon Age at all times since 2020. And then since then, I've read all of the novels, the comics, I've done game replays, full read-throughs in fully chronological order to try and build out my theories more and my understanding of the world's lore. I love Dragon Age a lot. I am also a Chantry Boy enthusiast. So here's a rough version of the like media timeline for Dragon Age across different media types. So the series, as far as written media, actually starts before the Dragon Age. Should I explain that first? So Dragon Age isn't the name, isn't just like a vague name. It's actually the name of the era that it is in game. So in world, in the Dragon Age universe, when the Divine, who's basically kind of like the Pope, when the Divine and the Chantry was established, they started a new calendar. And since then, each era lasts for 100 years, and the Divine at the time declares what the era is going to be named, based on kind of visions that they have, their inclination of the direction the world is going, current events. It's just something that they think will be representative of the age. And so, like, the first age was the Divine Age because of the Divine and and establishing the Chantry. And then the second age was the Glory Age. The third age is the Towers Age, because that's when like the Grand Cathedral was built and you could see the towers from anywhere all around it. So they kind of go off of what's happening at the time. So BA is actually the Blessed Age, and that was the 100 years before the current age, was the Blessed Age that the Divine at the time kind of thought was going to be an age of prosperity and great things happening after there had been a lot of turmoil. The current age and the base stage. So the number in front is the number out of the number age that you're currently in, but it could be viewed as so like 8 is the 8th age, and all ages are 100 years long. So this was 3 years before the end of the 8th age, the Blessed Age, and this here was 10 years after the start of the current age, the 9th age, the Dragon Age. The current age was actually going to be named something different, but when the Divine was naming the age, a dragon literally like came out of a mountain and flew overhead, and they were just like, the Dragon Age. Dragons were also kind of thought to be extinct for a long time, and kind of recently had a re-emergence, thus also being the Dragon Age. So the written work actually started in the age before the Dragon Age. The first novel, The Stolen Throne, is really about the king. Well, this is hard because I haven't told you about the nations yet, but it kind of starts in an age of strife between nations and establishes a lot of the political machinations that will come out of it and who some of the characters are, especially in the first game. And the Calling introduces like lore about the Darkspawn. Like, so they have a lot of, I will say that if you're like a lore hound, reading, it's best to play the games first to kind of like know if you're going to be into it, but then if you love it, reading the novels does add a lot to the games. You meet a lot of side characters who are from the novels, you get side quests that are based on things that happen in the novels, you get a lot of kind of side chatter or one-offs that if you've read the novels you're like, oh, I know exactly what they're talking about. So yeah, there's a lot here. But basically, Dragon Age Origins starts in the 30th year of the current age, the Dragon Age, and it only lasts, the span of the game only lasts for about a year, Dragon Age 2 actually technically starts during Dragon Age Origins, at least the intro, but then for the most part picks up about a year later. Dragon Age 2 in-game is probably about 9 years, 7 to 9 years in-game, so it spans a long period of time. Like, a lot happens in it. But then a lot of stuff is filled in via comics and novels until you get to Inquisition, which takes place 10 years after Origins. So Inquisition also spans the course of probably about 2 years. And then Trespasser, which is the Inquisition DLC, takes place about 2 years after the end of Inquisition. So since then, we know for a fact that at least a year has passed because the missing takes place in 45. I'm guessing that Veilguard is probably going to be taking place in like 45 or 46, but I don't think we actually know the proper date yet. But all said and done, the total like canon of the series so far for how it's been written is about 50 years in length. So it's been going for a while, and there's a lot of characters and a lot of history. Was it dumb for me to think that Dragon Age Origins was supposed to be a prequel to a game just called Dragon Age? I don't think that's stupid. I think that's like what I assumed too. Such an old franchise. So here's a quick outline of the stuff I'm gonna go over. This is the world of Thedas. And I know that some people think this is dumb, but it literally... Thedas... Oh, I forgot my cursor. Hold on. I decided to bring a different cursor this time. It's Rook's Dagger! Yeah, because I want to be on theme. It literally stands for the Dragon Age setting. I know some people think that's dumb, but I think it's kind of ingenious. I think they were using it as a placeholder, and then it just kind of kept going. So it's Thedas. I'm gonna move a little out of the way so that you can see the full thing. Alright, go. I kind of hate it, but I appreciate it. So these are going to be most of the places you need to know about for Dragon Age. The Veilguard. The Veilguard seems like it's going to primarily take place in northern Thedas up here. We've definitely seen that you're in Tevinter, which is here. But there's kind of hints that you might be wandering around this area, this whole northern area a little bit more. So this is going to be the Veilguard area. But just so you know, so the Anderfels is up here. I have more in-depth slides on each of these, but this is kind of the layout. And I'll come back to this slide because there's something I want to talk about after I get into each one. These nations were playing some kind of Game of Thrones. Actually, I'll come back to this. I forgot that I did the denizens first. That's fine. But I'll come back to this slide. I just wanted you guys to get a little look at the layout of things. But this, I think, will make more sense to you once we talk about it. So I'll be back. We'll be back. Should have done a dry run through. So first off, I want to go over the races that live in Thedas. We're starting with humans. They're currently the most common race in Thedas, but they actually didn't really arrive on the continent or in history until about 4,000 years ago. Elves were already in Thedas, kicking around doing their thing. Dwarves were already in Thedas, kicking around doing their thing. They knew about each other, but then humans showed up, and there's a lot of debate among scholars on where humans came from and why they left. Why did they come to Thedas? Why did they leave wherever they were before? Nobody knows. Humans tend to have really diverse cultures because whereas a lot of elves tend to kind of identify with other elves and dwarves tend to identify with other dwarves, even then there's like city elves and Dalish and surface dwarves and dwarves from Orzammar or a different caste. Like they still kind of have like a cohesive culture. Humans don't really have that. Humans are more like, I'm a Ferelden, I'm an Orlesian, I'm from Tevinter, and so their cultures are really, really diverse. They kind of mostly started as nomadic tribes, and those individual tribe customs kind of grew out of where they settled at the time. So they're much more about like where they're from rather than who they are. Dwarves are an ancient and proud people of the stone. Dwarves have historically lived underground in large, sprawling kingdoms connected through a network of tunnels. They're pretty cool. They're called taigs. And so there's all these like giant underground kingdoms, taigs that have different names. Like Orzammar is kind of one of the big ones. And I always think about Orzammar because of the way all the characters say it in Origins, but there's also a guy. There's an NPC. There's an NPC in one of the towns in Origins who yells every time you walk by him, and he goes, "Dwarven crafts! Fine dwarven crafts! Straight from Orzammar!" And he yells it so much. It's like the only thing I can think of when I hear the word Orzammar now. It's like, it's my curse. The problem with living underground is that when monsters come up from under the ground, like the Darkspawn did, we'll get to them later, carrying something called the Taint and the Blight, it really wreaked havoc on dwarf kingdoms because they were kind of the first line of defense. They were the first ones to get hit because they were underground with the Darkspawn. So a lot of the sprawling dwarven kingdom has been cut off. Lots of taigs were destroyed. A lot of the roads between taigs were destroyed. So there's kind of this sense of dwarves are really, they know about their city that they live in, but as far as other ones go, it's like, we don't know how many taigs are still out there, how many are still functional, how many have been destroyed, how many are kind of keeping to themselves. Orzammar is definitely the biggest and most connected right now, but kind of surviving taigs have come out of the woodwork, but they resent Orzammar a little bit for not reaching out to help more. But yeah, dwarf kingdom in shambles. Did they try burying the dank spawn in lava? I don't know. One thing that is pretty cool though is they have this thing where if you're a criminal, or even if you're not a criminal, if you're just like, I'm done. They have this thing called the Legion of the Dead, where you can basically join an expedition crew for the Legion of the Dead, and you basically go out and you just fight your ass off against Darkspawn until you die. That is your job description. Like, they have a funeral for you before you leave. because they're like, yeah, you're not coming back here. Like, the job description is fight Darkspawn until you die. So Darkspawn have done a number on our boys. It is very grimdark. Dwarves are super magically resistant. Unlike other races, they can't be mages. There are no dwarven mages. They can't use magic. They cannot connect to the Fade, which allows the use of magic, and I'll get into that one later. They can't even dream, because in the world of Dragon Age, dreaming is your mind kind of drifts into the Fade. They are so cut off and so resistant from the Fade that they literally can't dream. Then elves. This is what I play. This is what I play whenever I'm given the choice, which is why I was mad when they were like, Hawk's a human and we're not gonna let you change that. So elves were once immortals. They began to suffer from the quickening around the time that humans made contact with them. So humans showed up, everyone was like, where the hell did you guys come from? And then elves start aging for the first time. So this led many elves to believe that they contracted mortality from humans, like an illness. They once in the distant past had a singular homeland named Arlethan, which was besieged by the Tevinter Imperium. The entire city disappeared, leading many to believe that the Tevinters destroyed it with powerful blood magic. Now they're kind of split into two lifestyles for the most part. They're the isolationist Dalish nomads. They're nomadic people. They go into elven ruins. They try to read old elvish script. They find artifacts. They try to figure out kind of stuff about their lost history. Whereas city elves is kind of a combination of elves who were born there, elves who move there, who just kind of feel more comfortable in the city life, but they're not generally treated super well. They tend to be kind of isolated from everyone even there. A lot of cities have something called an alienage, where elves are kind of all kept in kind of crappy living conditions. Every protag has been human besides Origins, right? No, the only human protag who is forced to be human is Hawk in Dragon Age 2. Everyone else you can choose. Are dwarfs there too? Yeah, you can be a dwarf. You can be a dwarf in any of them except for 2. The Dalish whose name, their name comes from the land they were granted after the first Exalted March. The Dales, granted it is a strong word. They basically got their shit rocked. And they consider themselves the keepers of elvish lore and history, passing down tales and traditions as they know them and uncover them in the ruins. Oh, I meant in the alienage. No, alienages are really just for elves. Dwarves tend to be dwarves are complicated because there's like, I don't want to say proper dwarves, because like there's plenty of dwarves who are born above ground and who move above ground, but the dwarves who are more traditional and stay underground, they literally never go outside of the underground. They're like, if you go above ground, you are no longer one of us and you can't come back. You're in exile. So a lot of those types of dwarves, well, I mean, they're just never seen above ground. But dwarves who choose to leave the underground and live above ground, or dwarves who are born above ground and have never known life in the underground, they kind of tend to have a little bit more respect than elves. A lot of them are like merchants or craftsmen. And so I think being kind of having a little bit more economic power, I think helps buy some respect. Understandable on account of dwarfs being cool. Yeah, I think them having some money and that sort of stuff helps them kind of buy their way into society a little bit more. Whereas a lot of elves are literally like, I came from a clan that got exploded by humans. I have nothing. And and cities tend to be like, let's just keep you guys over here. So the Dalish, the ones who are more isolationist and live outside and away from humans, they receive Valaslin, or blood tattoos, on their face as a sign of maturity and honor. So when they come of age, they get one of these, kind of depending on which elven god they feel most connected to, and that's their like coming of age ceremony. Solus wants to know your location. City elves are looked down upon by the Dalish for having lost touch with their history. So they're basically kind of like, you gave up, you're not one of the people anymore. Common for fantasy races that intermingle, they usually have job skills, even if they don't look human, and get somewhat accepted. So one thing that's really interesting about Dragon Age and about elves is when a dwarf and a human have a kid, they're kind of like a short, stocky human or a really tall dwarf. Like they look like a mix of their parents. When elves have kids with any other races, whether it's a human or a dwarf or whatever, the kid always comes out looking like the other race. The kid never looks like an elf. And so that actually kind of leads to a lot of rumor mongering among people, especially in like high society. It's like, oh, well, like, don't you know his mom was actually an elf secretly? Or like for kids with single parents, like, oh, well, yeah, like he was fathered by an elf, so he's actually a half elf, and you can't tell because they never look like elves, but people have kind of made up like, oh, like his ears are a little bit pointy, like he could be a half elf, and it's like this scandalous thing to come out in society, and so. And it also means that if elves have babies with anybody but other elves, like, there are no more elves being born. Like, the whole elfness kind of goes away. So it's kind of complicated in that way. So then there's the Qunari. Tell me, Snake, have you heard of Big Chunkus? Stop. So then there's the Qunari. Not technically the name of the race, but one of the most colloquially used. So technically the word Qunari refers to anyone who follows this religion / philosophy. It's just colloquially used for this race because a lot of them belong to the Qun. So when people see this, they're like, it's a Qunari, but then that person could be like, I don't follow that, I'm Tal Vashoth. The best girl was one of these from the Netflix show, yeah! So, yeah, not technically the name of the race, one of the most colloquially used. It means people of the Qun, which is the name of the race's most central religion / philosophy. Those who have broken away from it are called Tal Vashoth, and those who are not born into it at all, just Vashoth. That's still really not the name of the race. That literally just means like someone who isn't part of the Qun. So they don't really have a proper name for this race. In the far past, before the Qun, when they were first witnessed for the first time, I want to say it was like 500 years before the Chantry calendar, they were called the Kosith, but they're kind of not considered, like, you wouldn't call them a Kosith. And they're like, we look different than those Kosith. so thus the Qunari. That what Iron Bull is? Yes, he is a Qunari. They're extremely strong. Qunari mages are considered to be both extremely powerful and extremely dangerous, to the point that they cut out their tongues and sew their mouths shut, keeping them on large metal leashes. So they basically bring them around as walking weapons to do crazy stuff, but if you're a mage and a Qunari, you are property instead of a person, because they're so afraid of the power that you have. Who are you people? No, what do you call yourself? Says name. Yeah, so that's the other thing about the Qunari, is they don't have individual names for the most part. There's standouts from this who have kind of chosen a name for themselves, and they're like, that's my name, like Iron Bull. Sorry, the Iron Bull. He likes the V. So he has a name, but for the most part, Qunari, their only name that they have is whatever their job function is. So you actually have a Qunari party member in Origins, and his name is Sten. And you're like, oh, that's cool, her name's Sten. And then you meet other Stens, and you're like, is that a common name? And he's like, no, it's like, that's what we do. We're Stens, we're warriors. And so it can be kind of confusing. Like, if that is one thing, is there's a character in Dragon Age 2 named the Arashok, and that's his job title, but it's also the only name that you really have for him. He dies. Spoilers. He dies. And in the comics, you meet Sten from Dragon Age Origins again, but his name is Arashok now because he's become the Arashok. He basically got a promotion, but it's his name now. So when Alistair meets him and it's like, Sten, it's so good to see you. He's like, my name isn't Sten, my name's Arashok. So, and that's all kind of, I'm getting more into the Qun later, but it is a very, like, practicality first, everything is in service to the whole kind of ideology. And so that's why they're just kind of like, we have no need for individual names, because we are what we do, and we are what we provide to the rest of our society. So that's kind of like their belief. So I want to do a quick terminology side tangent before we get into the next part, just so that you know what I'm talking about. So the Fade is the realm of spirits and demons, where the mind goes when one dreams. This is what the dwarves are super detached from and can't connect to. It's why they don't dream. When mages dream, they're a little bit more aware. When they're in a dream, they kind of know that their mind is drifting into the Fade. They can kind of control it a little bit more. The Fade is what mages draw upon when casting spells. So it's always kind of described as reaching out to the Fade, pulling on the threads of the Fade in order to channel magic. The Veil is the metaphysical barrier between our world and the Fade. There's a scholar in the world of Dragon Age who gets really heated when people think of it or describe it as a literal physical veil. Because it's kind of more complicated than that. It's not like a physical thing. It is metaphysical. It's the idea of our physical world is very static and concrete, and the Fade is kind of possibilities and chaos and action and imagination. But they're both places, if that makes sense. So lyrium is a potent, dangerous substance from the earth that, unrefined, causes harm, psychosis, or even death. Refined, it enhances magical abilities in both mages and non-mages. Templars are on a steady stream of lyrium because it's what gives them their abilities, and then they get addicted to it. It's addictive, and withdrawal causes madness, hallucinations, and even death. Dreamers are people who are aware when they entered the Fade while sleeping. So being a dreamer is kind of a special talent. The first dreamers were kind of some of the first to kind of, I'll get into it later, but they're kind of like the OG, like, powerful mages. But now it's still pretty rare, but it's a little bit more of a curiosity now. Solus, one of your companions, is a dreamer. He likes to go to sleep inside of ancient ruins to kind of see the history play out in front of him, or at least the spirits in that area, their interpretation of the history of the place. Dreamers are kind of dangerous, or can be dangerous, because they're strong enough that they can do things while dreaming in the Fade that impact the waking world. Like, they can hurt other people. If they find them in the Fade while they're dreaming, they can make people go mad, they can kill them. So it is considered a pretty powerful thing. But it's not quite like the status symbol that it was like way back in the day when it was an emergent ability. But yeah, dreamers eventually learned to control the powers of the Fade and became mages. Dreamers still exist as rare and gifted mages today. Solus likes go to sleep relatable. So mages are people who have an innate connection to the Fade. They're able to draw power from it and cast spells and enchantments. This also makes them prime targets for possession. However, mages can be of any race with the exception of dwarves, and they are born a mage. It's not something that you can learn to do. You can't wake up and be like, I'm gonna go study magic. You're born with it, and it doesn't always show itself immediately. There's like information that certain people will show their magic as early as when they're really young, like 4 years old. But then there's other people whose magic doesn't really crop up until they're like teenagers, and then all of a sudden it comes out of nowhere. Is it kind of like, cool, my friend is a bomb? I mean, in a way. So yeah, it's not a skill that everyone has. You're born with it or you're not born with it, but it can emerge at kind of different points of your childhood or adolescence. Though views and attitudes toward mages differ depending on the culture, they are generally treated as dangerous. In Ferelden and Orlais, the Circle of Magi exists to house all mages and teaches them to control their abilities. So if you're in Ferelden or Orlais or the Free Marches, and your magic ability shows itself, you're gonna get picked up and carted away to the Circle of Magi. Like, that's where you go. They basically keep all the mages stuck in there to learn their abilities and do research, and it's basically some circles. All the circles are different. They're different between the countries and even within the nations. Like, each circle is different. Some are worse than others, some are better than others. Some of them, it's like being forcibly locked in a cool university for the rest of your life. But mages are like let out of the circle to provide services and to do different things as required of them, but the circle is really kind of where they live, so they're considered to be a little bit sheltered as well sometimes, as far as not really knowing what's going on outside the circle. Then there are circles that are really bad too, where the Templars are more violent and life isn't good. There are certain mages who have a larger degree of freedom. They tend to be kind of the ones who are a little bit more of advisors to important people. Advisors to important people who work in kind of like lofty institutions, and they're afforded more freedom. They can kind of live a little bit outside the circle. They spend more time outside the circle. But it's really kind of a measure of like your circumstances and what you do with it. Stuck at Hogwarts forever. Spirits and demons are beings that live in the Fade. They're said to be the Maker's original children. While immortal and capable of many things, they're incapable of originality. The Maker created life on Thedas, leaving spirits in the Fade to mimic mortals for eternity. Demons are spirits that have been corrupted by malicious intent, negative emotions, or by being forced to act in opposition with their original purpose. Both are capable of passing through the veil under the right circumstances and also possessing mortals. So they both spirits and demons possess people. They push their way through tears in the veil. The veil can be thin, especially places that have had a lot of death. Battlefields are known to have, like, really, the veil is known to be really weak there, so it's more likely that spirits will kind of trickle through, or demons. Spirits and demons are they're kind of one and the same. It's really more of a matter of their intentions, their driving force, and then a little bit of external stuff going on. So for example, and they're also really susceptible to being influenced by human emotions. So for example, say you have a spirit of curiosity. That's a type of spirit. You get a curiosity spirit, and for some reason it slips through the veil and is around somebody who is very curious, and they tend to mimic them, but then that curious person gets really envious of like another student, and gets super envious. They can turn into an envy demon, because they're influenced by that person's emotions. There's also mages that will try to bind spirits and demons and use them as tools for things. So if you try to bind like a spirit of wisdom or a spirit of compassion and use it to hurt somebody, that's going against their entire nature, and they'll become a demon, because they're kind of like, that's hurting someone isn't in line with being a spirit of compassion, and so it kind of just corrupts them. There's races that are not yet discovered. We've had lots of hints about different races out there. There's ships that have come, Vashai ships that have come and landed at a port that's pretty far north, that are said to be helmed by dwarves. But they're dwarves sailing ships, which is not super common. And they can't speak the common tongue. They're not interested in speaking the common tongue. They haven't come in a long time, but they used to kind of get in and get out, do their business and leave. So there's kind of another like sect of dwarves out there somewhere that we don't really know anything about, other than that they are seaborn. There's also a group referred to as the Executors. The only member that we've ever met in person stayed completely draped in a long robe and was described with a voice that could be male or female, young or old, and it smelled strongly of the ocean, so it smelled like salt water and brine. We don't know what this is yet. We've gotten a lot of kind of hints and subtle things about the Executors, but we don't know for sure what they look like, what their attributes are. So there's a good chance that we're going to run into other different kinds of races, if not directly through like codexes or things going on in the world. Are any Dragon Age set in like port cities or on the sea? Kirkwall is a port city. That's Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age DOS. So now we're getting into the nations of Thedas. So we're gonna start with Ferelden. Ferelden is kind of I think it's true. But kind of an insult to Ferelden is people call them the Dog Lords, because there is a breed of dog native to there that a lot of Fereldans love and keep, called Mabari. They're also kind of considered to be a little bit like Picts, and so I think this is a little bit hinting at that too. But it's a relatively young nation. It was formed of various united human tribes. A lot of people are merchants or farmers, pretty low key. It does have a very fraught history of political turmoil because they've gotten invaded a lot, and then they've also had to deal with the Darkspawn. Ferelden is where the first game, Dragon Age Origins, takes place. How is that an insult? Then is the Free Marches, who cannot be tamed. They're an allied group of city-states who largely stay out of each other's business, but when they need to, they unite to form a powerful force. They're a strong, united front. The power of their combined might has kept them independent from the Tevinter Imperium, as well as being able to help other nations like Rivain break from Imperium control. So one of the biggest cities in the Free Marches is called Kirkwall. That is the setting of Dragon Age 2. And it is a port city. It is a port city because it was originally built by Tevinter, actually, as like kind of a through port for transporting slaves. But obviously the Free Marches have broke free of Tevinter control, and are their own thing now. So they are not that anymore, but a lot of the architecture and kind of some of the nasty stuff that you find under the city kind of gives you an idea of that, where its origin story is from. And there's Orlais, which is the French Champagne. The largest and most powerful empire in the world, the seat of the religious leadership of Chantry Faithful. A society of divisions and excess embodied in the game. A respected tradition of political maneuvering and social engineering to gain reputation and power. So basically, they're always trying to get one over on each other in order to climb. And some people are really good at playing the game and other people are not good about playing the game. It's kind of a balance of subtlety. It's kind of a balance of subtlety and brazenness. Like, are you willing to do what needs to be done but also have plausible deniability that it was you? Yeah, it's people knowing who to be seen talking to, what rumors to spread, what other people's dirty laundry is, whether to keep it close to you or drop it. It's all that. It sounds exhausting. They're on shaky ground with a lot of their neighbors because they can't stop starting shit. So actually, in the first Dragon Age novel, which takes place in the Blessed Age, this is about the King Merrick, who fought off. They're under an Orlesian occupation because Orlais invaded and occupied Ferelden at that point. And so the novel is about them overcoming and basically breaking the Orlesian occupation, taking Ferelden back. But they did a lot of messed up stuff, and there's still a lot of bad blood between Orlais and Ferelden because of the invasion and occupation. These folks seem like my kind of people. Okay. Then there's Tevinter. So I gave you the rundown of what being a mage is like in Orlais or Ferelden or the Free Marches. It is not like that in Tevinter. Tevinter is the magic nation. It's a human nation. They live up in the north and they are primarily ruled by mages. So the origin of Tevinter was made up of 4 tribes. of humans who learned magic through whispers from the old gods who spoke to them in their dreams. They were dreamers. They learned magic and blood magic from the old gods, and then the 4 tribes kind of started merging together, eventually forming Tevinter as a nation. Tevinter as a nation used to be much larger and more powerful, but they've had civil wars of territories declaring independence. They had some exalted marches done on them, both the original Andraste's exalted march, and then also more recent exalted marches by the newer chantry to try and kind of break them up and stop them from occupying and taking over nations. They're also fending off a Qunari invasion from the north. So they've basically been fighting everyone all at once with all of their appendages. And because of that, it is considered to be a shadow of its former self. It is not nearly as huge or powerful as it once was, but it is still home to a lot of very powerful mages and a lot of really powerful people. It's also the only large nation that still practices slavery. And so that's kind of one of the big reasons that a lot of other nations are like, we don't like Tevinter, we don't deal with Tevinter. The people aren't even attacking them. They attack other people to try and take them over. Really, the only people who are attacking them without them attacking first is the Qunari. They've tried to like take back the free marcher cities a lot, and then the chantry sends up an exalted march and breaks it up and sends them home. The Qunari have like peace accords with a bunch of the other southern nations like Ferelden and Orlais, but the Qunari will not, and I think Tevinter won't sign a peace accord with the Qunari. The Qunari will not sign a peace accord with Tevinter. And I think a part of that is the slavery. Is Qunari like they're like, that is the opposite of our whole deal. And so they're like, no, we're just gonna keep attacking Tevinter. Sorry, guys. The only like southern nation that seems to have a kind of positive relationship with Tevinter is Orzammar, home of the dwarves, and that's because Orzammar supplies them with lyrium, which they use to enhance their magical abilities and everything. But yeah, they're kind of hated. But there are a lot of people in Tevinter who are kind of trying to work to change how Tevinter operates. So, one of your party members from Inquisition, Dorian, he's like, he actually comes from a powerful family in Tevinter, but he's kind of using that power and that authority and that influence to try and push his agenda, which is like, maybe we stop. He went home after being part of the Inquisition, and he freed all of his family's slaves because he was like, I like can't be part of this anymore. So there are folks in Tevinter who are kind of trying to change things, but it is overwhelmingly like thought of as just a really crappy place. One thing that is interesting about Tevinter is they have Circle of Magi, they have Templars, but they really aren't the same. The Circle of Magi from down south and like Ferelden and Orlais are thought of as really restrictive and basically like glorified prisons. Circle of Magi in Tevinter are just fancy universities. They're not restrictive at all. They're just places to study and learn. Templars are also present in Tevinter, but they don't have the same level of power that they do down in the south because mages are so dominant that they're kind of like glorified guards, but they're not nearly as like feared by mages. Another thing about Tevinter is there's a lot of stuff that's outlawed, like blood magic is technically still outlawed in Tevinter, and everyone just kind of does it anyway. It's like having speed limits on highways and then someone flies past you at like 80 miles an hour. Like, they have laws stopping people from using blood magic or using magic to control other people or all of these different things, and then people, it's kind of an open secret that people just do it. So that's bad. So that's actually in my original presentation. That's, well, I had like one or two more that are at the end of this, but I didn't get as into the other northern territories and nations in the north because I was like, oh, you know, I don't know how much it'll help people understand stuff, but it seems like Veilguard is going to have a lot of Navarra influence, Antivan influence, even Ravani influence, because a lot of your party members are from those places. And they were before, like Cassandra and Inquisition is from Navarra, and Zevran from Origins is from Antiva, but it seems like because you're going to be up in Tevinter, which is physically closer to them, it seems like there's a chance we might go to these places. But it's definitely going to be a little bit more important to the story and kind of how the characters from these places interact with what's going on. So Navarra is a nation led by a family monarchy. They have a lot of power because it has a really good location for trade. So it's a very like wealthy nation, and they're able to kind of schmooze their way into the good graces of other nations by their prime location for trade. It's a nation that's very into like culture and pageantry, but whereas a lot of nations in Thedas burn their dead, because if you don't burn your dead, there's a good chance a spirit is gonna come back through the veil and possess your loved one's dead body and walk around in it. Like, for most nations, they're like, I don't want that. Burn the dead so that it can't get possessed and come back. Be done with it. Navarra is like, no, that sounds great. I want that to happen. So they actually build these really elaborate tombs and necropolises. There's a grand necropolis that just has a ton of bodies in it, and there's kind of these private chambers that you can get if you're a really wealthy or influential family that are just really opulent, where your corpse will be stored. And kind of the Navarran way of thinking is, no, we're not going to burn the body. Like, what if the spirit of my loved one wants to come back and possess their own body and say hello? So they have this special group of mages named the Mortalitasi, they're necromancers, but they're very skilled in the ways of like spirits and the dead, and their role is to kind of, you know, govern that part of life. Like if somebody, there's a story in Tevinter Nights where somebody gets killed by a corpse. So he's attending a funeral, the corpse gets up and kills him. He becomes a corpse. And it's kind of like, okay, what's the law around that? Like, what sort of restitution does he get from the body that killed, like, was it the spirit in the body who killed him? Like, does it matter that the person was dead who murdered him? So the Mortalitasi are kind of like, they're the experts in that sort of thing, and they're the experts in, all right, how do we calm the spirits who have been wronged in some way? How do we make it right? But they don't burn their dead, and that is going to be a big thing in Veilguard. One of your party members is actually, he's a really powerful necromancer named Emmerich, and he has a little skeleton buddy who I'm really excited to see. I loved his little skeleton buddy in the book. I love his little skeleton buddy in the podcast. I can't wait to see his beautiful skeleton buddy. I want to hang out with him. There haven't been a huge number of necromancers in DA so far, right? So Dorian is actually a necromancer, but he's from Tevinter, not Navarra, and he kind of like learned it, like, you know, I think he has his own flavor of necromancy, so I don't think there's been a lot of like Navarran necromancers in Dragon Age, so that'll be pretty interesting. We need the name of Skelebro. His name's Manfred. I hope we can romance the skeleton. He's so cute. So that's gonna be, it's gonna be really exciting to see this stuff. I'm so excited. Yeah, I really like Navarra. It's cool though, because they have a family monarchy, but kind of their whole thing is a lot of the monarchy and people who are really high up in society were like dragon hunters. Well, back when dragons were more of a thing, but before people thought they went extinct, they have this history of being dragon hunters and dragon slayers. And so they kind of have this like, kind of this aura and legend behind them. Antiva, so we have had Antivan party members and side characters before, as well. Zevran and Origins, like I said earlier, but then our girl Josephine from Inquisition is Antivan. Antiva is a coastline nation whose main export is wine, but they still manage to be one of the wealthiest in Thedas. It technically has a monarch, but in reality, the nation is run by several extremely wealthy merchant families who all have their own armies. Antiva really avoids conflict and invasion from other countries because they make really strategic marriage alliances. And they have the most feared army in all of Thedas. They have this group of assassins. Group is like the wrong word for it. They're like a legendary organization of assassins, the Antivan Crows. They like never miss their mark. They always complete their contracts. They're like, if you have a crow hit out on you, you're done. But they are so deadly that nobody wants to mess with Antiva because the crows are there. Except for Tevinter. Tevinter will invade anyone as a treat. But yeah, so they kind of have this setup of no one wants to mess with them because they have a lot of money, they have a lot of marriage alliances, and then they have the crows. Wow, look, Italians. Ravane is a kingdom mostly surrounded by water, but attached to Antiva via a land bridge. So it's this very like coastal, kind of foggy type of just like, I've always thought of it as kind of like a misty and mysterious place. Well, the capital is a group of crows, a murder or an assassination. While the capital is outwardly Andrastian, most traditional Ravani villages practice a pantheistic religion under the guidance of a trusted matriarch, usually a mage. So Ravane is one of those places where I think technically their mages are supposed to be in circles, but villages are like, no, you're not taking our matriarch. She's like our seer. and we need her. And they're kind of allowed to stay. They kind of believe that, like, I think the right word is like anima, like an anima, like kind of like they believe that the world is their god. So like nature and the elements and the world around them is kind of the religion that they believe in, even though they have a chantry and the capital is kind of like chantry controlled. All of the villages are more like, yeah, no, we believe what we want. The world is a vampire. So they got invaded by the Qunari like a long time ago, and a lot of people there at the time were forcibly converted to the Qun as part of the invasion. But then even when the Qunari left, and I think they might still control like one city in Ravane, but it's not nearly, they're not nearly as prevalent as they used to be. Even when the Qunari kind of like got a little bit chased out of there and Ravane kind of took itself back, a lot of people there still just follow the Qun. Like they don't want to convert or go back. And so you have like the chantry capital kind of going out and saying, okay guys, enough of this Qun stuff, let's follow the maker now. And it's like almost cultural at this point that so many people in Ravane follow the Qun that it's almost like it's a Qunari nation, but it is mostly humans. One thing that's kind of interesting is that when I'm trying to remember the exact history, I was like just reading about it, but there was kind of an incident where the Qunari were occupying and another nation went to invade Ravane, and the Qunari fought back. But then when the Qunari saw like how much pressure and damage it was doing to the people of Ravane and the nation, they actually kind of backed off because they were like, we don't, you know, we're also an occupying force, but we don't want to be a harmful occupying force. So they kind of backed off, whereas the other nation didn't. And I think that kind of plays a role in like why the people of Ravane kind of like respect the Qun and some of them follow it. How long were the Qunari there before they got turfed? If it's even one generation now, it makes sense. Well, this was like hundreds of years ago. I think they invaded in the 7th age? It might have been the one before. It might have been the 6th age. The 6th or 7th age. So it's been like well over 100 years. So it's been a bit. It's very entrenched, but there are Ravani who don't follow the Qun. Isabella, one of your party members in Dragon Age 2, she's a Ravani lady, and her mom followed the Qun, but she didn't. She was like, no, I'm not into this. And she wound up leaving because she was just like, because her mom was so devoted to the Qun, she was like, she kind of sucked. And Isabella was like, all right, I'm out. So it's not everybody, but it is like, it's enough to be, it's enough to be of note. So Parvalan is currently the homeland of the Qunari. It's home to a lot of ancient pyramids and structures from another ancient civilization. The pyramids seem to correlate to the constellation Solium, representing the sun. So they actually are somehow arranged on the ground in like a geometrically perfect way to reflect the constellation, but nobody knows like what those pyramids are for. And so it's a little bit like mysterious as to what was going on there. Though the Qunari conquered the land of Parvalan, when the Qunari showed up, it was home to a bunch of humans who were living there. when they showed up and conquered the land, they kind of just walked in and took it over. Like, there's no sign of it having been through war. They seem to have just been welcomed in, which is pretty weird. So the Qunari are originally, and this is something I'm like dying to know more about, and I'll get back up to the map. The Qunari are originally from a nation somewhere north of Parvalen. All we really know is that they sailed from wherever they came from in the north to Parvalen. And they don't have any contact with wherever they came from. So we don't know what the name of the place, we just know it's in the north, but we don't know the name of the place that they came from. We don't know why they left. We don't know why they can't contact them. And there, I guess, might be like some people who know in like the super higher echelons of the Qunari ranks who know, but any information about it is actively suppressed. And so like they don't want anyone to know where they came from, why they came, why they can't go back, why they can't communicate, and it seems like there is still something there to communicate with, but they like can't. So I'm very curious. Yeah, it's sus. Do we know anything about the world before the First Age? So we know generally kind of the broad strokes of things. We know a lot before the First Age. We know a lot going back, I want to say like 1,000 years. We have like quite a few details. It's kind of like everything before 1,000 years before the First Age starts getting a little bit more like, we know that like elves and dwarves were fighting a war. We don't really know why. But we generally know a lot of like proper names and locations of stuff for about 1,000 years leading up to the First Age, I would say. I would say like we know most things from when I'm trying to remember what happened about 1,000 years before. Because that's kind of around the time when like the tribes started kind of merging together and really like staking their claim. So we know a lot about like their movements. Yeah. And then so Andraste, who's kind of the Joan of Arc figure in the Andrastian religion, in the Chantry, her whole thing, her life and everything that she did was about 200 years before the First Age. And there's, I mean, it's still like the in-universe scholars hotly debate everything about Andraste, but we know a lot of things that were happening around that time because it was of such like significance to everybody. So we do know quite a bit about stuff happening before the First Age. So Saharan is it's an island that has kind of historically been Tevinter territory lately, but it's been under a constant power struggle between Tevinter and Qunari forces for 100 years. I would argue that right now it's more like under Qunari power. I think the way I saw it described in one of the books was like the Qunari consider it conquered but not tamed. So Tevinter and Qunari have been fighting over this island forever, for hundreds of years. But meanwhile, there is a native population that lives in Saharan. They have like a really cool warrior group called the Fog Warriors. And they resist both the Qunari and Tevinter occupation. They don't want either of them there. So it's kind of a three-way fight where one of them is like really disadvantaged. But then Qunari outcasts Tal Vashoth, who have kind of grown disillusioned and have left the Qun, they also help the native population as well. Then the Anderfels. So the Anderfels is a bleak and desolate kingdom Ages of darkspawn attacks and blight have ravaged the landscape so much that there are places where even corpses won't rot. So you can die in the middle of this place, and because the environment is so terrible, there are no bugs and there are no bacteria. Like, nothing lives here. So you'll just lay there and not decompose because this place sucks so much. It has a history of being assailed by blights and darkspawn. The Grey Wardens have a notable presence, with even their main fortress, Weishaupt, being located there. So the Grey Wardens are largely kind of like the core of their organization, are hanging out in the Anderfels in their cool fortress Weishaupt. There is rumblings, IMO, of a new blight starting in the Anderfels. They actually got into it a little bit in the podcast. We visit the Anderfels for a quick second, and people are whispering about a new blight starting. They're whispering about earthquakes. So I do think that we're gonna see some Anderfel stuff in Veilguard. So dead microorganisms won't eat you is rough. But another thing about the Anderfels and Weishaupt Fortress is, so the Grey Wardens have been really important to fending off the blight forever, and their main fortress is here. Recently, the fortress, despite being kind of the center of their organization, went quiet. Like, no messages are coming out of Weishaupt. People don't really know what's going on. Weishaupt has basically gone dark. This happened at the end of Inquisition. And we still don't know what's going on in Weishaupt. But we do know there might be a new blight starting there. So a lot of concerning things, and I think we're gonna see some Anderfell stuff. And then this one was in my last presentation, so we're looping back to it. The lost elven homeland of Arlethen. So Arlethen is the lost elven capital that elves lost thousands of years ago. It's the capital of the Lost Elven Empire, a place of art and culture when elves enjoyed immortality and power. It was destroyed in an attack by the Tevinter Imperium, who sunk it into the ground, and elves fleeing the city were enslaved by Tevinter, which kind of led to where they're at now. The ruins of Arlethen still haven't been found. So something bad happened. It's gone. We don't really know where it is. But before we jump into that, I just wanted to go back up to the map. So now you kind of have a better idea of all of these places. Those Tevinter peeps aren't very nice, are they? So Ferelden is down here. I think that that Veilguard is really going to be like this whole area up here, basically the upper half of the continent. This here is Parvallen, the current Qunari homeland, and so like they came from north of here, like somewhere on the map that we can't see is where they came from. There are places that we don't know anything about. No one has crossed this sea and come back and told a tale. Like no one has even really crossed these mountains and come back to tell anyone what's on the other side. Like everything outside of this is super mysterious. I think the closest that we've gotten is like, we do know that people have come from up here to ports down in and around here. Like the Vashai dwarves have come down here, and so people deal with people from up there, but they don't really get a good sense of what's going on up here. People from here have gone sailing out to try and like find the other continents and go on adventures and find new lands, but no one's come back, no one's returned. The closest thing that we've gotten is one dude got picked up who was on one of these journeys, and he did apparently find land, and then he was found afterwards trying to come back, but he was insane, and whatever he saw on these mysterious lands, he was insane and then he killed himself. So that's what we know of the outside world. That's what we know of everything outside of this. Is no one has ever made it there and come back. And the one person who kind of did went crazy and killed himself. So, good talk. Me when I go outside. So now we're gonna get a little bit more into the history of Thedas, as one does. So there are these beings called the Old Gods. The Old Gods were beings who whispered to the dreamers way back in the day. They're also called Somniari, of the Tevinter, the early Tevinter Imperium, back when they were the Neuromenian tribes. They were whispered to by the Old Gods, and they taught them how to wield magic in their dreams. So according to legend, eventually these mages were able to summon the Old Gods through the veil, and they took the form of dragons. Enraged that the mages had been tricked away from worshipping him, the Maker imprisoned the Old Gods underground. So that is the commonly accepted history of the Old Gods. The thing is that the Old Gods continued to whisper to the Magisters after they were imprisoned underground, and they guided these powerful Tevinter Magisters on how to physically break through the veil to the Fade. So not just dreaming and going there in your mind while you're sleeping, but how to physically break in and walk in with your real body. So they taught them how to do this so that they could enter the Golden City, the seat of the Maker. Upon arriving, the Golden City was turned black, and the Magisters were cursed and cast out. They spread their taint throughout the land they returned to, becoming the first Darkspawn. So they basically broke into the Veil, they came back gross, and started infecting everybody else with the gross. Now the Black City can be seen from any part of the Fade as a reminder of their sin. So then they continued spreading their taint, driven near madness by a song they could hear. The Magisters started digging deep into the earth, and they found one of the Old Gods, who was buried and trapped in the earth. When they found the Old God, it was Dumat, a dragon named Dumat, the Old God. They infected him with their taint. So Dumat then rose as an archdemon and began the first Blight. So it basically rose up and became this general. It led an army of Darkspawn. It was very methodical. So basically when there's been 5 Blights so far. A Blight is defined as the Darkspawn have reached another Old God, infected it with the taint, and then it rises up and leads them like an army. A blight is kind of defined as like the appearance of a new Old God leading the army. I would simply not hunt down and corrupt an Old God, but that's the Darkspawn's whole thing, is they hear a song. They hear a song that draws them to the Old Gods, and they're like, I gotta go see it! And then they get there and infect it. The Darkspawn taint what they used to be, yeah. There are 7, possibly an 8th that has been stricken from the record, is also theorized by scholars. Old Gods, and so far there have been 5 Blights, so that means there are 2, possibly 3 Old Gods who can still be awoken and tainted to lead a new Blight. Nobody really knows what's gonna happen once they're like out of Old Gods, but we haven't gotten there yet, so it's not a concern. One thing that's kind of interesting is there is a character, I'll get into him later, there is a character who discusses what the Darkspawn do and how they seek out an Old God and taint it, and that they hear this beautiful song that drives them crazy and they need to find the source, but then when they find the source they corrupt it, and it's kind of this idea of like it's this beautiful perfection that they can't have, because as soon as they find it, they ruin it. And so he actually kind of feels bad for them, because he's like, that sucks. Like, that's a terrible way to live. So enter the Grey Wardens. The Grey Wardens are an order with no allegiance to religion or nation. They work completely outside of like wherever they're from, whatever they were before they joined the Grey Wardens. Basically, when you join the Grey Wardens, your allegiance is to the Grey Wardens and protecting people from Darkspawn and nothing else. They exist to combat the Darkspawn menace and form organized assaults when an archdemon emerges and a blight begins. The Grey Wardens are immune from the typical dangers of the Taint. So people can be infected by the Taint, either from Darkspawn getting at them, or if they come into contact with Darkspawn blood, or anything like that. They can become tainted, and it makes them get real gross. But the Grey Wardens undergo a joining ritual where they drink Darkspawn blood, and they basically from that develop a resistance to the Darkspawn Taint. But the ritual does kill a lot of people who attempt it. So if you survive the ritual, you'll basically be immune from Darkspawn Taint. But eventually, if you survive that ritual, you will fall victim to the Taint after about 20 to 30 years. Because at that point you start hearing the song from under the earth, and Grey Wardens kind of and you start going crazy. Grey Wardens kind of consider it their duty to just, when they start hearing the song, they call it the calling. When they start hearing the song, they're like, I'm gonna go into the deep roads and kill as many Darkspawn as I can until I die. Because it's over for me. It's Jover. And there's like cool stories of Grey Wardens kind of joining up with like the Legion of the Dead, because Grey Wardens who are like hearing their calling, joining up with the Legion of the Dead because they have kind of the same end goal, is kill as many Darkspawn as possible and then die. Drink the funny juice. What's the worst that could happen? Man has a pro gamer stance. That's my Origins husband. That's Alistair. He's perfect. So I'm getting on a quick historical tangent on Andraste. So Andraste was a woman from one of the early tribes of Thedas, who experienced visions and heard the voice of a new god, the Maker. She shared his message and is referred to as the Bride of the Maker. She was enslaved by the Tevinter Imperium after a raid, but her husband, Mepharath, negotiated her release and brought her home. Then she went on to inspire a lot of slave rebellions after that, and she led the first Exalted March on the Tevinter Imperium. That was before the Chantry was formed. That was like the OG Exalted March. So yeah, she basically started just like having visions and hearing the Maker's voice. Like, people say she would go into a trance, just kind of like get really still and stare off, and then when she would kind of come back to herself, she would have had visions and been told stuff by the Maker. So she's a little bit of like a Joan of Arc type character. She converted many to the cult of the Maker and became a holy symbol. Her mortal husband ultimately betrayed her to Tevinter. He delivered her to them in secret and had her publicly burned at the stake. It is said that the ruthless murder of his bride and chosen one made the Maker once again turn away from the world. So it's... One thing that's interesting about Dragon Age is you never know what the truth is a lot of the time. And I mean, I guess that's just like life. But there's a lot of interpretations. It's not a game where it's like, this is what happened. this is what happened at this point in history, and this is what happened at this point in history. You get a lot of this information through different, like, scholars leaving their books around, or people discussing it and their views on it, or even just, like, different organizations arguing about what happened. And so one thing that's kind of interesting is, like, why Mepharath betrayed Andraste is one of those, like, hotly contested things where the generally accepted truth is, like, he was jealous of her for having so much sway and so much power, and people were so devoted to her and inspired by her that he was, like, threatened by that as the male leader of all these tribes that he united using her name. But then there's this kind of undercurrent that some scholars and stuff talk about where it's, well, like, yeah, but if you look at it from a more holistic perspective, it was kind of the only way to keep the tribes united and stop Tevinter from doing something that would harm more people, and so in that way he was kind of thinking of the good of the many, even though it sucked. And so it's like, and we're probably never gonna know the answer, but it's just cool how there's kind of this, like, these different interpretations. A lot of what I'm putting out here is kind of like the most commonly accepted in world lore, but even in world there's people who argue about everything. So another quick religious tangent on the Maker. According to Andraste, the Maker had previously turned his back on humanity twice before. When his mortal creations began worshipping the old gods instead of him, that's what she says is the original sin. And then when the Magisters from Tevinter broke into the Golden City, the seat of the Maker, using the powers that they learned from the old gods, and the start of the Blight, that was the second time that he turned his back on humanity. So it's generally considered that the third time he turned his back on humanity is when she was burned at the stake. Because he was, like, sad to lose her. And so it's basically considered that we as people have failed the Maker 3 times. He's turned his back on us 3 times. Third time was the final straw, and he hasn't been heard from since. But that's why people, like, fervently worship him to hope that someday he will come back to us again. What was I gonna say? But it is kind of interesting because she's getting a lot of her information through visions and whispers, and so there's also, like, a little bit of she felt like he turned his back on humanity, so there's a little bit of interpretation on her part too. But that's why we're gonna get into religions of Thedas. So Tevinter is to blame for everything. We'll deal with them after we deal with the French. So the Chantry. As Andrastianism became the most widespread religion in the world, the Chantry formed as an organization to preach and spread her word. Her word was that magic should be used to serve man and never to rule over him. The seat of the Chantry is in Orlais, the French, and the leader of the Chantry is always a woman known as the Divine. She's basically like a lady pope. Andraste and the Maker are also worshipped as the main religion of Tevinter. So back in the day, Tevinter was really focused on worshipping the old gods. They did at some point largely convert from the old gods into being Andrastians. And for a little bit, they were actually they were kind of unified with Orlais on this. They're like, yeah, we get it. We're the same religion. We get you. But then the schism happened where they could not agree on certain aspects of the religion. And so they've splintered off into their own organization, the Imperial Chantry, and they have a divine as well, but he is a man, and over in Orlesian and Ferelden and everything, like they're more standard chantries and Andrastianism. They refer to the male divine in Tevinter as the Black Divine. In Tevinter, he's just the divine. And like the Ferelden and Orlesian chantry is the other weird chantry. And they're like the standard chantry. But from most of our POV characters, Tevinter has this like weird offshoot chantry with their own rules. They also, one of their core beliefs about Andraste is that she was a very powerful mage. So her whole thing in the teachings in Orlais and Ferelden and all of those places is that, you know, she was a slave, and then she came back after her husband negotiated her release, and then she kind of inspired everyone, and she was really anti-magic because of her time in Tevinter, and that's why she declared magic should be used to serve man and never to rule over him. Whereas in Tevinter, they're like, no, like, and she had these visions. She had these visions because she's special. Tevinter's like, no, she had these visions because she was a powerful mage, and she's a super powerful mage, and this actually means that mages should be at the top of society, guiding it. And so they have like basically a congress that's like entirely mages. So a little bit creative interpretation on their part. But the bottom line is there's two chantries. They believe in the same god and the same woman, but they interpret everything about how they got there differently and what the message is. So the chantry is called the chantry because of its belief that when the Chant of Light, a compilation of chants that comprises the story of Andraste and the beliefs of the faithful, is sang from all corners of Thedas, the Maker will return. I think this is like slightly outdated information, but I left it in here because I think it's interesting. I think it was in Origins, somebody says like, the Chant of Light is so long it takes weeks to recite the entire thing. I think it's not quite that long, because I think there's like a weekly recitation of it at the main chantry in Orlais, but it is really freaking long. Like I think it takes like a while to recite it, because it's a very long chant. But they're basically trying to spread the Chant of Light and to convert other people to sing it from all corners of Thedas, so that the Maker will stop turning his back on us and will return. Who is that man? I don't know. Who is he? Haven't seen that boy failure in a while. It's my husband. I love my beautiful boy failure. So the Chantry controls the lyrium trade, which they use to supply their military branch, the Templar Order. My boy. It also allows them to keep control over mages and the use of more powerful magic. So like really powerful magic requires the use of lyrium to kind of like soup up your magic power. So if the Chantry controls the lyrium trade, and you can only get lyrium either illicitly or through the Chantry, then the Chantry has pretty good control over people using chonky big magics that they don't want people using. It also keeps kind of a leash on their Templars, given that that lyrium is addictive, and going off of it, it kind of sucks both ways, because if you stay on lyrium, it eventually makes you crazy no matter what, and you die. So like staying on it is bad, but if you try to get off of lyrium after you're already addicted to it, you also have hallucinations and madness and death. So it's a little bit damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like once you're on lyrium to become a Templar, you're kind of locked in. You are fated to die. It's just a question of whether you're going to die on the juice or off the juice. Lyrium is basically like giving monster energy to a Victorian child. Yeah. What if you just stay on it and don't go insane and keep all the power? That would be cool, wouldn't it? So I put Cullen's face here. He's my husband. He's my favorite Dragon Age husband. And I just want to see him again. So Cullen's whole arc, well, he has like a lot of arcs because he's in all of the games in varying capacities. In Origins, he's I don't want to say a background character, but he's a side character in one of the missions that you meet. He is being held and imprisoned by blood mages who have become abominations in the tower. He's a really young Templar in poster boy for boy failure therapy. He's an 18-year-old Templar. He's like super fresh into the Templar order. He wanted to be a Templar ever since he was a kid because he viewed it as kind of this really noble pursuit. He was like, I'm gonna be helping people and protecting people, and I'm gonna be strong, and so he begged the Templars at his local chantry to train him, and so then they were like, okay, and then they saw something in him and they saw some potential and they accepted him. And he actually joined the program kind of late. Like most Templars are trained from when they're pretty young, and he was, I want to say like a preteen or something when he got accepted. So he went in and he worked really hard, and he joined the Templar Order when he was 18. And so right away when he's still fresh out of Templar training, like a newly christened Templar at his first like real big boy job, there's a mission in Origins where that circle just basically falls apart because some of the really powerful mages in it rebelled. They became abominations, started using blood magic, they summoned demons, and so they did a lot of really terrible things to the Templars who were keeping them there. A lot of Cullen's, or all of Cullen's boys got killed in really horrible ways around him, and then they kind of kept him in a prison for a few weeks and just tortured him, and were trying to get him to give in to the demons, but he never did. But he did see like all of his buddies die really horrifically, and then obviously saw a bunch of like really bad stuff while he was tortured. So he kind of came out of that like mages are not to be trusted, and he gets sent off to another circle of magi in Kirkwall, which is where the second game takes place. So then you meet him again in Dragon Age 2, and this time he's working for the circle in Kirkwall, but he's like way more intense because he has been through some wild shit and doesn't really trust mages, and he still tries to be a decent person. He's not like kill them all or whatever, but he's he's very distrustful. He's like, mages can be dangerous, and we need to keep an eye on that, and you know, we need checks and balances on every mage all the time. But then his knight commander in Dragon Age 2, who I'll get into later because I have like a synopsis of all the games, and she kind of sees that in him and is like, oh, I can really make him into a good little soldier because he's super scared of mages, and I can kind of prey on that and make him more malleable to me wanting to crack down on them harder. So he goes along with it for a little while, but then he is kind of grows disillusioned and is like, yeah, I'm scared of mages, but they're people and this feels wrong. And then by the end of Dragon Age 2, he turns on her, protects you, because she wants to arrest your player character, and he's like, no, we're not going to do that. So he turns on her, and that's how he becomes the commander of the Inquisition in Inquisition. Because the characters who are building the Inquisition go in and grab him, and they're like, yeah, we, you know, what you did in Kirkwall was impressive and respectable, and we think you're the right person to basically lead our armies now that you've had a lot of experience with this sort of stuff. So then in Inquisition, he is the commander of the Inquisition, but he's been a Templar for like 12 years at that point. And when he joins the Inquisition and leaves the Chantry, he's like, this is the first time as an adult I haven't been working at a circle as a Templar taking lyrium. He decides to quit using lyrium because he's like, it ties me to a life that I regret. It ties me to a life that I don't want to live anymore. It ties me to the Chantry, and like, I don't want them to have a lead. And he's still like religious, but he's like, I don't like the organization. And so he's like, I don't like them having a leash on me, and so I'm gonna quit using lyrium, and I'm gonna break free of that and not have that hanging over me anymore. And in the syllabus, I didn't see anything about a month being devoted to just this guy. Oh, welcome to my stream. But so his whole arc in Inquisition is that he's quitting the use of lyrium, but he's struggling. Like, he has hallucinations, he has bad dreams, he gets really sick, and so he's trying to get off of it and not go back on it. And your role in that is he's kind of like, should I be doing this? And your character is like, couldn't you die from this? And he's like, well, I haven't died yet. And so he's really determined to stay off of lyrium and show that you can get off of it, that you won't necessarily die by going off of it. That's kind of his like character arc, is like, I will break free and I'm gonna help other people break free so that lyrium can't be used to control people anymore. Will be returning in Veilguard, right? I really hope so. If there's a Fenris part, I'm so ready. I love Fenris too. I didn't like... this was more of a tangent. I didn't actually prepare a slide on this. I was just like, wow, would you look at the time? So then the Qun. The Qun is a philosophical text by a Kosith, the name for the early Qunari, that outlines a strict set of rules for society and lifestyle to be observed by all Qunari. The Qun says that all things have a purpose, and followers of the Qun devote themselves single-mindedly to their purpose. The kind of the like echoing like philosophy behind everything is existence is a choice. Like everything that you do is all part of making the whole better. You're part of a whole. You existing is making a choice to be part of something bigger. So it is kind of interesting, but I think for people who are particularly individualistic, it doesn't really work out. The Iron Bull, while he is initially part of the Qunari and he has a little bit more freedom to be himself because he's a spy, and so fitting in and not setting off any alarms is kind of part of his job description. But well, depending on your choices by the end of the game, he's kind of done with that and wants to go do things his own way, and the Qunari attempt to assassinate him because they're like, no, you can't do that, come back. If you're not gonna be our spy, you can't be anybody's spy. But there are characters that you meet who have been converted to the Qun, like from other religions or other nations, and they're like, no, I love this, I'm happiest under this. So it seems to kind of work differently for different people. Some people it works for, some people it doesn't. Nice segue there from the baby girl. I can go back to it if you want. Just kidding. There's also the pantheon of the Elven gods. They're known as the Evenuris. The Evenuris is made up of Elgar'nan, who's the god of vengeance. He's also the god of the sun and the god of fatherhood. Mythal, who is the great protector, the goddess of love. She's also considered to be like the goddess of justice versus vengeance. Falun Din, who is the god of death and fortune. His twin brother Dirthamen, who is the god of secrets and knowledge. Andruil, who is the goddess of the hunt. She taught like elves about animals and how to respect them. Silaise is the hearth keeper. She's like the goddess of domestic arts. She taught elves how to heal and how to make fire. June is the master of crafts. June's kind of interesting because he's like the one that has the least written about him, and that's like noted in universe. He's kind of like a little bit more mysterious, but he taught elves how to make like amazing weapons and bows for hunting and crafts in general. Can we talk about Dirthamen for a sec? That name though? Wait, what about Gillanane, who is the mother of the Hala. She was actually like so in the in-game lore, in the legend, Elgar'nan and Mythal are a couple. And then Falun Din, Dirthamen, and June are their sons. These are twins. But these three are their sons. And then Andruil and Silaise are their daughters. Gillanane is not one of their daughters. She basically was like, she was an ardent follower of Andruil. And Andruil like was so moved by her passion for animals and her devotion that she basically convinced mom and dad to let her into the pantheon of other elven gods. She's basically like an adopted. And then there's Fen'Harel, the Dreadwolf, and the Trickster God. Is there a dearth of men? Sounds like Dear the Man. So there is another group of elven gods called the Forgotten Ones. So they represented negative aspects such as disease, terror, spite, malevolence, all these really negative aspects. It is said that they were many, but their names are lost to time with the exceptions of mentions of them in certain old tales. So we know, I want to say we know like 4 names of Forgotten Ones. through being mentioned in old tales, but they are much more forgotten about than the Elven pantheon, than the Evanuris. It is just known that they represented bad stuff, and there was a bunch of them, allegedly. So where are they? We know that the Maker turned his back on humanity. We know that the old gods are trapped underground. So where are the Elven gods? It is said that Fen'Harel, the Dreadwolf and Trickster god, who was counted as an ally among both the Evanuris and the Forgotten Ones, told them both he had a weapon that could end the war between them. So they're at war. He lured the Evanuris to the heavens and the Forgotten Ones to the abyss, where he sealed them away for all eternity. So that's why the Elven gods are not around and kicking. All right. Give me 1 second. I need to get a drink because I'm getting parched from all this talk. And then I'm gonna give a quick synopsis of each game and then dive into the spoilers of my theories. 1 second. Get flashbacks like a sleeper agent every time I hear Dreadwolf. Yeah, same. Get my... Actually gonna start my playlist over so I can keep talking. And we're at the beginning of a new section, so it's okay. Sorry, I was getting parched from all this heavy-duty talking I'm doing. So yeah, I'm gonna give a little background on the story so far, so that you're caught up with the broad strokes of what happened before going to Dreadwolf. Like I said at the beginning, I have not captured every single thing in here because there's a ton, but I tried to give kind of the big highlights. So in Dragon Age Origins, you take the role of a human, elf, or dwarf who, after experiencing varying, harrowing situations, they all have different origin stories, is recruited by Grey Warden Duncan as the newest member of the Order. After surviving your joining, drinking the Darkspawn juice, you take part in a joint assault on the Darkspawn by Grey Wardens and the King of Ferelden, Kaelin. So they're like planning on this big assault to try and stop the Blight in its tracks. Duncan and Kaelin are betrayed by Kaelin's commander and advisor, the war hero Loghain, and left to die with no reinforcements. You're kind of powerless in this. You're basically like in a tower doing your job, and then you're like, oh, everyone's dead. As one of the last remaining Grey Wardens in Ferelden, you and your friend, your warden friend Alistair, my husband in the game, who's that blonde tan elven king I see? My husband, I'm gonna go. So you and your fellow Grey Warden Alistair rush to gather allies to stand against the Blight, but you're also like, we have to expose Loghain because he got, you know, our senior warden killed, he got the king of Ferelden killed, like, we have to expose what he did and how he betrayed them on the battlefield. So after you amass Dwarven, Elven, and Circle of Mage allies, and you expose Loghain's treachery, you fend off a Darkspawn assault on Ferelden's capital, Denerim. Throughout the game, much is revealed about your allies that winds up being important for the future. Alistair, your fellow Grey Warden, is the bastard son of the last king, and half-brother to the slain Kaelin, making him the closest thing to an heir. He's the closest thing to, like, a blood relation to the crown. That still exists. You can make him king, you can keep him as not king so that you two can keep going on Grey Warden adventures forever. I'm not saying which one is right, but you make your pick. Then the Witch of the Wilds, Morgan, another one of your party members, is struggling against her mother, Flemeth, who she discovers is priming her to steal her body. So she basically, she's like, my mom's sketchy, I don't know what her deal is. She steals a tome from her and figures out my mom has been jumping from daughter's body to daughter's body for a while now. It's how she's stayed alive for hundreds of years. I don't want her to steal my body. And so she gets you to help her fight her mom, and you apparently kill her outside of her little swamp shack. Then when the archdemon is slain, Morrigan, she comes up with a plan. This is another thing that you might not have in your game, depending on your choices. But when the archdemon is slain, she has a plan ahead of time. I probably should have explained this ahead of time, but the only way to kill an archdemon, so when you kill an archdemon, its soul can jump into another body as long as that body has the blight. And so if a non-Grey Warden kills an archdemon, it just jumps into the nearest blighted thing and basically rebirths itself. Whereas if a Grey Warden is the closest thing to an old god or an archdemon when it dies, the taint in the warden's blood attracts the old god's soul into it, and they're both destroyed. So the warden who kills it will die, but so will the archdemon. It can't regenerate in another body. Morgan comes up with the idea where the night before she's like, I'm gonna get one of the wardens, and it depends on your game, I'm gonna get one of the wardens around here to give me a baby. And I'm going to use the unborn baby inside of me who is from a dad who is tainted, so that taint will carry through to the unborn child. I'm going to use that unborn child to attract the old god's soul to make sure that none of my Grey Warden friends die, and so that I can save the old god's soul so that it won't be destroyed. Because she's like, you know, that's history, that's something beyond our reckoning, it should be preserved, not destroyed. What's the husband / baby girl count? I feel like I'm only like really crazy about like 2, but there's more. Putting Alistair as king is like putting a hamster in charge of the state. I don't think that would work fast enough to pan out. Oh, she made sure it did. You can say that to her, you can be like, what? How are you gonna make sure this works? And she's like, trust me. So basically as she, at least in my version of the game, she attracts the old god into her unborn child, and then she pieces out with the the old god soul in her soon-to-be bebe. Then comes the DLC, Dragon Age Origins Awakening. So 6 months after the end of Origins, rumors of an intelligent talking darkspawn begin to circulate. The darkspawn turns out to be one called the Architect. And it turns out that he's one of the original Tevinter Magisters who broke into the Fade and unleashed the Blight. So he's one of the dudes who way back in the day, when the old gods whispered and told them how to break into the Fade and walk into the Maker's Golden City, he was one of the actual guys. He's still alive and walking around looking like this. So he's still alive. He's still around, and he, unlike a lot of other darkspawn, he is intelligent and he's in control of himself. So he now seeks to free other darkspawn of their powerlessness to the old god's song and grant them free will. He basically is like, he's run experiments on darkspawn, where he's his body was tea. Did you see his waist? Like, okay, I understand. He's run experiments on other darkspawn, and he realizes that when they drink the blood of Grey Wardens, they are broken free of being under the control of the song that they hear that drives them crazy and need to go wake up old gods. And so he's kind of like, I want all darkspawn, I want everyone on Earth to be a Grey Warden so that they can't get sick from coming in contact with darkspawn, and then I want all darkspawn to drink Grey Warden blood, parentheses, consensually, so that they won't be under the thrall of the old gods, and then everyone can live in peace. And some of your characters are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And other characters are like, hey, the man has a point. But his whole end goal is like, I want us to stop killing each other, even though I think maybe his methods are a little bit nuts. You can leave him alive. It's possible for him to still be alive. You can kill him, but you can. I left him alive because I was like, why not? I want to see what happens here. So we have the first instance of like a hyper intelligent darkspawn. It turns out it's because he's one of the OG Magisters. So then you go into Dragon Age 2. Where you take on the role of a human. You can only be a human because it's like her family or their family. You can be a guy or girl. Their family is a big part of the game, and so you have to be a human to be part of your family and have that, because your blood is important. Your blood relation to your father winds up being like a big thing. So you take on the role of a human named Hawk, who is fleeing the Blight in Ferelden, alongside their mother, brother, and sister. While either the brother or sister is slain on the way, depending on your choices, the rest of the family successfully evacuates Ferelden by boat, with the help of Flemeth. She's alive! So remember Morgan's mom, who wanted to steal her body? And then so you went out into the swamp and helped Morgan kill her mom? Yeah, turns out she's alive. Turns out the killing her didn't take. And so Hawk heads to the city of Kirkwall in the Free Marches, because their mom has extended family there. So they're basically like, we're evacuating Ferelden because of the Blight. We have family overseas. We're going to go stay with them and hope that that works out. The rest of the game takes place over about 7 years. So Hawke and their companions, including Varric, who is in Dragon Age 2 Inquisition, and now he's again in Veilguard, deal with escalating tensions in Kirkwall, including a stranded Qunari company and the overzealous handling of mages by Kirkwall's Templars, headed up by Knight Commander Meredith and Knight Captain Cullen. Hawke also accompanies Varric's brother Bertrand into an ancient Tig, old dwarven place, where they recover an idol made out of red lyrium. The idol appears to drive Bertrand mad, like he gets crazy. After dwarven Carta members, Carta's kind of like, they're kind of like the dwarven mafia, come after Hawke explicitly for their blood, Hawke and crew ventures to an ancient Grey Warden prison, which houses yet another intelligent talking darkspawn, this one named Corypheus. He was trying to use the Carta to obtain Hawke's blood, since Hawke's father was the one whose blood sealed his prison with blood magic. So he's like, if I get this blood, I can undo this seal and get out of here. Stuff goes wrong, you wind up fighting him, and the party apparently kills Corypheus. Did you die? Yes, but I lived. As tensions between mages and Templars come to a head, your party member Anders, spurred by the spirit of justice inside of him, so he's actually your party member in Awakening, and you meet a spirit named Justice, who also becomes a party member, and he eventually absorbs Justice. He's like, oh yeah, you can possess me a little bit as a treat, but Justice kind of becomes a part of him and like fully absorbs into him, and things start getting a little wild. So spurred by the spirit of justice inside him, he blows up the Kirkwall Chantry, killing a huge number of people and turning frightened and emboldened mages into abominations. So a bunch of mages are like really scared and demons take them over. And then there's other mages who are like, hell yeah, it's time to go, and the demons also take them over. Meredith, driven mad by the red lyrium idol she purchased from Varric's brother and forged into a sword, so the idol that Varric's brother that made him crazy, he sold it to her and she made it into this cool sword. And then it made her crazy too. So this thing's going around making everyone crazy. She declares the rite of annulment, ordering the Templars to murder every mage and to arrest Hawke, who she views as a traitor. The Templars, led by Cullen, refuse and fight against her. She is defeated, and the red lyrium sword transforms her into a living statue. So she basically becomes this gross, weird statue that's just kind of left in the city, and people are like creeped out by it and avoid it. Because they're not quite sure if it's alive, they're not sure if it's dead, they just know it's her and it's not moving. So Dragon Age Inquisition. In the aftermath of the Kirkwall Chantry explosion, the Circle of Magi is disbanded and a civil war erupts. So basically, word kind of gets around, there's already a lot of unrest, and then after the explosion, there's so much tension between mages and Templars, it just boils over, and circles basically just fall apart. A lot of mages just leave them, a lot of mages fight back, and escape that way. It's like a huge mess. So then the Divine, at the time, Divine Justinia, she holds a conclave to try and bring an end to the war. But when everybody gets together at the conclave to discuss this civil war that's been raging, an explosion destroys it and kills a ton of people and also kills the Divine. So place blows up, kills the Pope. The left and right hands of the Divine, Liliana and Cassandra, seek to form an inquisition to restore order together with forces led by former Knight Captain of Kirkwall, Cullen. So they form an inquisition. Basically, their whole goal is we're going to try and, like, everything is chaos, everything's a mess. Let's try and get things under control by any means necessary. Your character in Inquisition, who you make, who can be a human, an elf, a dwarf, and they can also be a Qunari for the first time. They were at the Conclave, but they survived the explosion. They wake up after the explosion with a green glowing mark on their hand that's capable of sealing rifts, which are tears in the veil that demons can pour out through. As the Inquisition grows in power and the rift, a huge tear in the sky, is closed. So basically, like, all these rifts pop up, but they're mostly small tears that demons fall through. There's a giant one in the sky that's called the Rift with a capital R. And they're like, we need to close that thing because it's unstable, it could tear everything down, demons are just pouring through it, it's a huge deal. So Inquisition gets their stuff together, they close the rift, and they find the, or I guess he finds them. The culprit behind the explosion marches on the Inquisition. It's Corypheus. He's alive! Everyone's alive! Death doesn't take! Who is leading an army of Tevinter nationalists called Venatori, and converts who kind of believe that Corypheus is a god on Earth and he has a vision for the future. So he's recruited a bunch of Grey Wardens. He's gotten a bunch of, like, Templars who were feeling disillusioned by the Chantry and their lyrium addiction, while also feeling like they were kind of left out in the cold by the Chantry when the mages rebelled. He also has mages who feel like mages aren't being taken care of. He basically has amassed a huge group of people who are like, he's gonna solve all of our problems, and also we're gonna drink the red lyrium and get really weird. Corypheus is seen to be using body hopping to overcome death, just like an archdemon. You work to disable his ability to do so and kill him once and for all. However, after your party member Solus goes missing. Wonder what happened there. So Flemeth appears near the end of Inquisition, because she's still alive. And at this point, Morrigan's son he's still a kid, but he's like, you know, he's pretty big. He's walking around, he's doing his own stuff, he can talk. And Morrigan thinks that Flemeth has come to steal him. She instead just absorbs the old god's soul from inside of him and leaves him unharmed with Morrigan. She then reveals that she also has another soul inside of her, the Elven goddess Mythal. Then later in the Trespasser DLC, Solus reappears and reveals his true identity as well. He is the ancient elven god Fen'Harel the Dreadwolf. He explains that he did indeed trick both sets of elven gods and establish the veil, sealing them away, but he wants to tear it down. He wants to tear it back down and set things right. So he's basically like, I did the right thing under the circumstances. They were going to destroy the world. Something really bad was going to happen. I did what I had to do, but he's like, I don't feel good. I don't feel good about where my people are at. I don't feel good about what I've done to the elves, so I'm gonna take the veil down, and I have a plan for how to deal with the gods in there who were gonna do something bad. This is just like Kingdom Hearts. So let's dive in. So in short, the veil did not used to exist. The fade and the world as we know it were simply one, and magic and spirits were intertwined with everyday existence. It was just a fact of life that magic was all over the place. Spirits were all over the place. It was common. The elven gods, the elven pantheon, the Evanuris, they weren't actually gods at all. They were just powerful mages in their time who became venerated generals. So the elves and we don't have a lot of details on this yet, but the elves and the dwarves did war with each other. The dwarves are kind of the children. We don't have a lot of details on this part either. I'm hoping for details on all of this in Veilguard. But the dwarves are basically the children of something called the Titans. And the Titans are these, like, impossibly huge creatures which make up, like, parts of the earth. So, like, when the Titans move, it causes earthquakes all over the place, basically, because they're so impossibly huge. There's a whole DLC called The Descent, where you find, like, this sprawling empire underground, and then you realize that even though you're looking at the sprawling empire, you're still inside of a Titan, and, like, it's only one part of it. Like, they're that big. So he what was I saying? Sorry. This is what I get for staying up to like 3 a.m. working on this. So that's it. So the elves and the dwarves were warring. The elves were warring with the dwarves and the Titans. We're not entirely sure what about. We just know it was like really vicious. It does kind of imply that the elves won, and that they were able to strike down Titans even though they were really huge. But the Evanuris, all of the gods, they were just venerated generals during that war. So they became very successful and very popular generals. And then eventually they became so powerful that they declared themselves as gods, and they started enslaving other elves. So they started enslaving just a ton of other elves. The way that they differentiated who was their slave and who belonged to them were they marked their slaves with facial tattoos, the Velastlin. So remember the fun coming of age facial tattoos that Dalish elves are super proud of. They are literally adapted. The Dalish obviously don't know this. This is all like hidden history, but they are all adopted from what were originally slave tattoos. So Solus does not, when he sees people with Velastlin, he's like, Jesus Christ, basically. He's like, they don't know. This is so embarrassing. But the Evanuris warred amongst each other and with the Forgotten Ones, the other elven gods that they claimed represented negative traits and only desired to hurt the people. So there's all these super powerful figures. They're all fighting with each other. They're enslaving a ton of people. They're kind of using them to fight against each other. It's a huge mess. Not good for anyone except for the people on top. They also waged war on the Titans, the impossibly huge creatures who make up the lands of the earth. It's revealed that lyrium is actually Titan blood. So in the Descent, you find a bunch of lyrium, you find a giant lyrium heart, and then that's when you realize you're inside of a Titan. So the implication is that lyrium is basically the blood of the Titans, this thing that we've been mining and refining and drinking and using is a massive creature's blood. It also explains red lyrium is lyrium that's been touched by the Blight, and the character who discovers that is confused because she's like, but the Blight can only affect living things and I don't think lyrium's alive. Like, I'm confused. So that it's Titan blood. It is a living thing technically, so it can be blighted, thus giving us red lyrium. So back to the Evanuris, who are all fighting warring with each other, warring with the Forgotten Ones, enslaving people. Mythal was really the only one who truly cared about her people, and so she went and allied together with her trusted friend Solus, also known as the Dreadwolf Fen'Harel, to rebel and free the slaves and stop the power-hungry leaders' crash course with disaster. So it seems like Solus was originally a slave. I'm not sure who he belonged to. He actually has a mark on his head from where he burned his own Velaslan off. And so he basically like got out of slavery, and then he started freeing other slaves, and he's like respected amongst the Evanurus, but I think he's also kind of annoying to them because he's like, no, I'm just gonna free your slaves, and I think what you're doing is wrong. I'm his biggest hater on a respectful level. I feel like that's a lot. Yeah, I've seen that a lot. So basically with him and Mythal working together to free slaves and kind of try to stop the more power hungry of the Evanurus from accomplishing what they want, the other leaders of the Evanurus conspire and kill Mythal to stop the rebellion. So they kill her, and something else happens that we don't have. It sounds... I have theories, but it sounds like basically they were about to do something really bad, really dangerous, and Solus was like, I gotta do something quick and fast, and I'm doing it now. So Solus uses powerful magic to create the Veil, which he then traps all of the Evanurus behind. So this is kind of the real history of the Elven nation. Creating the Veil and separating spirits and magic from the physical world had catastrophic effects, such as ripping immortality from newborn elves, destroying metaphysical spaces and places that were built upon magic, and changing the nature of the entire world. So, like, as he puts up the Veil, magic is not so entwined with the world anymore. And this is what actually caused the elves to lose their immortality. The Veil going up is what ripped their immortality from them, not their interactions with humans. I think just them coming into contact with humans was around the time, I think it was within like 300 years or so, of when the Veil went up, and so they kind of just started drawing conclusions. And 300 years at that point wasn't a long time. They're like an immortal species, so 300 years seems pretty fast to them. And so they were like, oh my god, like, we started interacting with humans and then we started aging. I can't believe this happened, when in fact it was Solus trapping everybody and messing everything up. After this, elves lost touch with their history through an onslaught of wars, slavery, and other catastrophes. The truth of the world's real nature is lost. So anyone who knew what Solus did is lost. It's not, it's not a widespread thing that people at the time know. It's not written down in history. It's kind of a thing that happened, and then the nation of elves fell apart. Tevinter kind of opportunistically came in and blew up Arlethan and started enslaving people, but they didn't know. They didn't know that they were like shooting fish in a barrel. They were like, we're so strong, we enslaved all the elves, and it was like Solus took everyone's immortality and powers away. And so like when he's explaining what actually happened in the past to you, your character can be like, no, like Tevinter did all of that, it's in history. And he's like, no, what Tevinter did is come and kick a corpse. Like what Tevinter blew up was the husk of what once was. It was nothing compared to what we were originally. We're never going to acknowledge that worm on a string belt. So the Magisters physically entering the Fade and breaking into the Golden City wasn't a fable, but historical fact, as we've gone over already, because we know that the Architect and Corypheus are both some of the original Magisters who were there and actually did it. The true identities of the intelligent speaking Darkspawn that have been reported by Grey Wardens are in fact the Magisters who broke into the Fade. Corypheus, one of these Darkspawn, and the antagonist of Dragon Age Inquisition, is actually a High Priest of Dumat, one of the Old Gods. It's actually the Old God that was awoken and turned into an archdemon to cause the first Blight. So Dumat's already, like, long dead, but Corypheus has been kind of disillusioned considering his god Dumat whispered to him he's like, oh, I'll teach you how to break into the Fade. You're gonna break into the Fade. You can go to the Maker's City. You can see the Golden City. All of these, like, all these power and riches will be yours. And then he got there and all he got was this stupid taint. And he got kicked out and infected the whole world. He's kind of like, no, that guy sucks. His metal as fuck quote is, I have seen the throne of the gods and it was empty. So according to Corypheus and some of the stuff he says, the old story, the old legend is wrong in a couple of ways. Not just that it is historical fact, but the fable is that the Magisters break in to the Fade, they go to the Golden City, and then their impurity and their hubris and everything turns it black. They become tainted, and then they get kicked out of the Fade and start the taint and the Blight here. He says that when they got to the city, when they broke into the Fade and got to the city, it was already black. He basically said he showed up, it was black, it was abandoned, I've seen the throne of the gods, it was empty, it was already a husk when he got there. And I think that's really important, and I'll get to that in my theory stuff, but basically the place was already in bad shape. Dude stepped into metaphysical Chernobyl, basically. So the murdered Mythal lives on, however, in the body of the witch Flemeth. So Flemeth tells a story when she reveals that she's Mythal. Flemeth was a regular woman at some point, and she had a husband who they weren't like really close, and it was kind of an arranged marriage, and her husband wasn't really into her and she wasn't really into him. But then she fell in love with somebody else, and she was like, I don't want to, be crappy about it. I don't want to like have an affair. I want to do right by, even though we don't really like each other, I want to do right by my husband and like let him know what's going on. And so she was like, hey, I met somebody else, and like I kind of want to like, we don't really have anything going on. I kind of want to go be with him. And her husband was like, yeah, that's cool, I don't care. Like, I'll invite him over to our place. And she was like, cool. And so he invites the guy over to their place, and then he locks Flemeth in a tower and kills the guy, and is like, Lamau. Like, yeah, like we're not lovingly married, but I don't want you to be lovingly married to anybody else either. Yeah, pranked. And so she is kind of laying in this tower, and she's laying in this tower like listening to him kill her love, and knowing that she's gonna rot and die in this tower, and she's just like praying and hoping for justice of some kind. She's like, I want justice for like what's happened to me here. I want justice for this guy. And that's when Mythal comes to her. And and she takes Mythal's spirit into her body, and she just says that they've like been together ever since, and she's carried her forever, and they're basically one person now. She describes Mythal's spirit as, she's like, it's as much a part of me as my heart in my chest. So I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but it's the Elven elf ghosts. So she's been transferring her spirit from body to body through the years, continuing to work toward a goal that we don't quite know yet. Solus wishes to tear down the Veil, claiming he regrets taking everything from his people and that he has a plan to deal with the released Evanuris. However, tearing down the Veil would destroy the world as we know it. At the end of Dragon Age Inquisition's DLC, Trespasser, Solus appears to absorb Flemeth's spirit into his body. So he takes her in. It doesn't seem like she was cool with it. It kind of seems like he just absorbs Flemeth and Mythal's spirit. And she had taken the old god soul from Morrigan's son earlier, so she had like 3 souls in her. Slaps a hood of Flemeth. But he absorbs them into himself. It's worth noting at the time, Flemeth was in possession of an old god soul, which she obtained from Morrigan's son after Morrigan sealed the soul in her unborn child, thus freeing it from the physical body's taint. So a quick review of other notable things that we've learned in the novels, comics, and show since the end of Inquisition. Alistair's ancestor, King Calenhad, may have drank dragon blood to gain the power needed to become king of Ferelden. Apparently the blood of the dragons is still present in Alistair's blood. This happened in the comics, where there's a place where great dragons are still, it's basically a sanctuary for them, and they still kind of acknowledge him as somebody worth acknowledging because of this old dragon blood in his blood. So we don't really know what that means and what that grants him, and why drinking dragon's blood made not only his ancestor powerful, but like continued to echo on through his kids like that, but hopefully we shall see. Meredith's red lyrium sword was taken. It was in Tevinter. It's been kind of like remorphed back into the idol from the sword. It was in Tevinter for a while, but Solus has now obtained it. It seems like the idol might have been his originally from stuff that he says in Tevinter Nights. But he has it now, and it seems key to whatever plan he wants to pull off. So he has that. People are also now trying to infuse lyrium into humans. So this was something that came up in Dragon Age 2. There's so much blood drinking in the series. Yeah. So in Dragon Age 2, one of your party members, Fenris, my Dragon Age 2 husband, he had lyrium, a lyrium brand, infused into a bunch of his skin. His old master, he was a slave, his old master just infused a bunch of stuff, a bunch of lyrium, into this brand that's just all over his body and like glows when he uses his powers and stuff. It makes him super strong. It gives him special powers. He has a cool nickname in the comics. He's called the Blue Wraith because he glows blue and has kind of a like a ghost step form. It's kind of cool. But that worked, and when it happened to him, he was kind of placed into a sarcophagus and it was all branded to him, and then he said it was incredibly painful, and he came out and now he's marked forever. So another guy got his hands on, I don't know if it was the same sarcophagus or if there are multiples of this sarcophagus. But a new guy starts trying to put those full body lyrium brands on people. And while it works for elves, and elves gain powers and become kind of like very strong and very, very fast and very useful, when he tries to use it on humans, it turns humans into zombie-like bombs. So they're no longer like in control of themselves, they're just kind of yelling and running, and then they explode. So I'm pretty sure that's gonna come up in Veilguard. Pretty sure we're gonna have a fun new enemy to deal with. So yeah, so the for some reason the lyrium brand on humans works on elves and it does not work on humans. We also learned when we did our Dragon Age Absolution watch along, the Netflix show, that Meredith is alive. Because nobody dies. At the end of Absolution, we see Meredith in Kirkwall. We don't really see her, we kind of see her glowing eyes, but she is in a giant red crystal in Kirkwall. So she's there, she's alive, but she's a big red lyrium crystal, and it seems like something is wrong with her. I mean, something was always wrong with her, but something's even more wrong with her now. So what are the high level questions we have? What's the deal with dragons? Why are they so special? And what are the old gods? What is the Blight? What's with all the singing? I guess we could also add what's with all the blood drinking? Who or what is the Maker? What's going on with the other Evanuris? We know about where Mythal and Fen'Harel are, but are the others like just still chilling? Trapped behind the Fade? Or trapped behind the Veil? What's going on? And what is the Dreadwolf's plan? So first theory is about dragons. So my theory is that dragons are a form that ancient elves of great power are able to assume, and in fact their natural form, before the Veil had more, or elves in their natural form before the Veil had more dragon-like features. So I think that they looked a little bit more dragony before the Veil went up and took all their cool stuff away. When we're in the Fade and we're seeing statues from kind of a bygone era, or seeing statues in these metaphysical places that got torn apart, when the Veil went up, we see, and it's all like elven ruins for the most part, we see these statues of these very like dragony looking beings with wings, big old leathery dragon wings with horns. So, and it's complicated because sometimes I can't square with what dragons are now in the current world. I'm like, well, I don't think all of the dragons now were necessarily elves. But there's definitely something special about some of the bigger and more powerful and more ancient dragons. So in the comics, the same comics where we learn that Alistair's ancestor drank dragon blood, he meets a bunch of great dragons. Another Witch of the Wilds is there kind of being their caretaker and watching over the sanctuary for them. And she talks to them in a language that we don't know yet. So there's not a whole lot of like unknown languages. Usually usually when languages are written in Dragon Age, you can kind of tell if it's Elven or Dwarven or Qunari, but the text that they use in the comics is like not anything we've ever seen. So dragons could also very well kind of be their own thing. That was something of great power at the time that the elves more like aspired to, rather than it being what they were. But I do think that either way, there is some kind of connection between dragons and elves. There's also a codex entry. His crime is high treason. He took on a form reserved for the gods and their chosen, and dared to fly in the shape of the divine. The sinner belongs to Dirthamen. He claims he took wings at the urging of Gillenane, and begs protection from Mythal. She does not show him favor and will let Elgar'nan judge him. So, in the shape of the divine, kind of, like, I don't know whether they're referring to themselves? Like, maybe they thought of dragons as gods, and that's why the shape of dragons and transforming into a dragon took on a form reserved for the gods. This is one that I'm still, like, working through a little bit. I do think that there's obviously more to dragons. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, but I feel like in some way they might have been gods even to elves back in the day. There's obviously the Mythal connection as well. Flemeth, with Mythal inside of her, is able to transform into a dragon. That's kind of her, like, trick. But also at the end of Inquisition, or near the end of Inquisition, you can choose to drink from this font of magic power called the Well of Sorrows, or you can allow Morgan to drink from it. And it's basically a huge repository of knowledge. But it's also tied to Mythal's will, so you're kind of connected to her forever if you drink from it. If you drink from it, you ally with a dragon for the final fight. Like, a dragon is attracted to you because you drank from the well. If you let Morgan drink from the well, she gains the ability to turn into a dragon like her mom. So there is something about ancient elf culture where transforming into a dragon is kind of like the end-all be-all. And it's like it's so sacred that you get in trouble for doing it if you're not of a certain echelon. Sorrow being tied to knowledge is interesting. Well, it's just called the Well of Sorrows. I think the sorrow is more that you're being tied to Mythal for the rest of your life. Forms of the old gods or the elven ruling mages, since he begs Mythal's protection. I assume reserved for the gods because they consider themselves gods. Like, he's begging for Mythal's protection, but like at this point the Evanuris kind of declared themselves gods, so I think that's what it's referring to. Is like only the Evanuris are allowed to turn into dragons. But yeah, yeah, this is something I'm still trying to figure out, but I wanted to put it in here anyway. Put it out there. My theory number 2 is about the old gods. So I still think that the old gods are the strongest of the forgotten ones of the Elven pantheon, trapped in their dragon forms when Fen'Harel sealed them underground in the abyss, where they sleep until Darkspawn come to awaken them. They were the ones who whispered to the Tevinter mages and used them to break into heaven, aka the Fade, with the hopes of lashing out at the Evanuris or finding a way to free themselves. So in the legend, the in-game legends of Fen'Harel, it's the whole thing is that Fen'Harel tricked the gods. He sealed he sealed the Evanuris in quote-unquote heaven, and then he sealed the Forgotten Ones in quote-unquote the abyss. And given that the old gods are all kind of trapped underground until they come to be woken up by Darkspawn, who are attracted to their song, I think that's a pretty good connection for that being the abyss. Some things that back this up. There's some confusions about the origins of blood magic in the game. So the first person known to wield blood magic was, I'm gonna mispronounce, Thalcian, a Neuromenian dreamer who lived circa -1595 ancient. He claimed to have learned the art after personally communicating with the old god Dumat. He used his newfound powers to declare himself king of Neuromenian and spread the worship of the old gods. Mages of the Imperial Chantry today argue that blood magic was most likely learned from the ancient elves of Arlethan, although there is no evidence to definitely support either stance. Others yet believe that knowledge of blood magic came from powerful ancient demons known as the Forbidden Ones. In fact, knowledge of blood magic predates Thalcian by several millennia. The Evanuris, the self-proclaimed gods of the Elven Empire of Elvenon, used blood magic to empower themselves and subjugate their people. So if, ignoring the Forbidden Ones there, if there's confusion among the scholars about whether it was the old gods or elves from Arlethan who taught your people blood magic, what if it's both? What if the old gods are elves from Arlethan, kind of trapped in their quote-unquote divine forms after being sealed in the abyss by Fen'Harel? Yeah, this is, for me, this is a why not both. And given that we know that Arlethan had blood magic, they would obviously know that to be able to then teach and impart on others. Maybe the real blood magic was the friends we made along the way. I think the timing also lines up pretty cleanly for this theory. An ancient Elven codex says that it was around -2850, -2850 ancient, when the elves first noticed the quickening. So this is probably around the time when Solus put up the veil. Because their immortality ended. It was only about 50 years later that the old gods began whispering to humanity, allegedly from the Golden City. But what if it was actually from the abyss to try and get them to break into the Golden City? They teach the dreamers of the Neuromenian tribe's magic. These dreamers become the priests and rulers of their people. So I think that these happen so close together that for me it's too much of a coinkydink for the old gods to not be some of the powerful elves who were trapped in the abyss. Also just the way that Solus reacts to stuff about the old gods. Throughout Dragon Age Inquisition, Solus disapproves or greatly disapproves with any action that supports the Grey Wardens. Principally, they're the ones who are responsible for slaying archdemons that the old gods become when they're tainted with the Blight. He gets really mad whenever you bring up that the Grey Wardens might be doing something right. He also makes comments that the Grey Wardens don't understand their true nature. If Solus was, because it's said that Solus was allied with both the Evanuris and the Forgotten Ones. He kind of came and went among both groups, and both groups considered him kind of part of their group, not the other one. So if he was allied with the Forgotten Ones, who he then sealed in the Abyss, it would make sense, even though he saw fit to seal them away because he thought they were too dangerous. It makes sense that he would be like, yeah, maybe we don't kill them. I didn't kill them. I sealed them away because I didn't want to kill them. My third theory is that the Golden City is actually Arlathan. I feel like this is kind of text and not subtext at this point, but still. It was already infected with the taint when the Magisters got there, which is part of why Solus sealed everything away. So primary evidence for this is Corypheus. He says, "The light, we sought the golden light you offered, the power of the gods themselves, but it was black, corrupt, darkness ever since. How long? And then the city, it was supposed to be golden. It was supposed to be ours." So he indicates in a few different places that when he showed up in the Golden City, it was already black. I kind of think that, so Solus also indicates in a lot of different places, like when you're talking about it, that the Evanuris were on some shit, that they, in their warring amongst each other and warring with the Forgotten Ones, that they had developed a weapon that they shouldn't be using. And I kind of think that whatever weapon it is Blight based. My next theory is about the nature of the taint, but I think they found something and created a weapon out of it that they were going to use, and Solus was like, no, like if they use this, it's going to end the entire world. If they just start inflicting the blight on people as a weapon. And so Blight is a bioweapon made by Elven gods. Yeah, that's what I think. And I think that basically when he realized that it was a foregone conclusion they were going to do that, that's when he sealed everything away. But I think that, you know, as he did, or maybe even before he did, the city was covered in blight. And I think that's part of what kind of forced his hand and forced him to do it the way that he did, even though he seems to regret it. I feel like he knows he didn't have any other choice. It was seal the blighted city away or let the world just get covered in it. And so I feel like if you work under the assumption that it's Arlathan that the old Elven gods were in, and that where the blight got out and he sealed it away, and that's the Black City, obviously that would be the Golden City that everyone talks about as well. So I feel like in this one, this is an instance in the story where even though sometimes the characters are talking about different things, they're always talking about the same thing, but on a meta level. Another piece of evidence for this is they know in a lot of different places that you can see the Black City, formerly the Golden City, from any point in the Fade. It's supposed to be, you can see it from any point, and the religious reasoning for that is that it's a reminder of the sin. It's like no matter if you enter the Fade in your dreams and you look up, you will always see the Golden City to remind humanity of its sin. But it's kind of cool. It's an important detail that actually carries through in gameplay. Whenever you venture into the Fade, you can look up at the sky and see the Black City. The only time in gameplay when this isn't true is when you enter the Fade via Alluvians. There's these kind of like mirror teleporters. They're these mirror teleporters And when you go through one of them with Morrigan into the Fade, they were used to travel a lot through the Elven Kingdom, and in Arlathan. So when you enter the Fade via the Alluvians, it's the only time when you're in the Fade when you can't see the Black City in the sky, and I think it's because you're inside of it. At least a part of it that contain the Alluvians. I don't think you're in the part of it that's blighted, necessarily. I think that you're either inside of the part of it with Alluvians, or you're close enough to it that's why you can't see it in the sky. So yeah, I think the reason why no one has found Arlathan yet is because it's here. At least like the metaphysical representation of it. And that brings me to the nature of the taint. I think the taint is an ancient organism that the Elven Evanuris used to develop technology similar to chemical warfare. Originally meant for use against the Titans and each other, I think instead it was spread by the Magisters who found Arlathan in the Fade. So I don't know whether it got out in Arlathan via intentional use or if it was an accident, but I think that a lot of what was pushing Solus was not letting it get out, and then the Magisters got it out anyway. Elven Evanuris is a mouthful. Elf Illuminati. So I do think though that the taint is an organism. I do think it's alive. Some of my evidence for this is everyone refers to it as dark and angry. It gives off heat. If Cole is in your party, when you see it, he'll remark it's very angry. There's this codex entry. In the light of the veil fire, the runes seem to shift. Coiling and uncoiling like snakes, a thunderous voice shatters the stillness, shouting, "Hail Mythal, adjudicator and savior. She has struck down the pillars of the earth and rendered their demise unto the people. Praise her name forever." For a moment, the scent of blood fills the air, and there's a vivid image of green vines growing and enveloping a sphere of fire. The vision grows dark, an eon seems to pass, then the runes crackle as if filled with an angry energy. A new vision appears, elves collapse in caverns, sealing the deep roads with stone and magic. Terror, heart-pounding, ice-cold as the last of the spells is cast. A voice whispers, "What the Evanuris and their greed could unleash would end us all. Let this place be forgotten. Let no one wake its anger. The people must rise before their false gods destroy them all." So I feel like whatever it was kind of found deep in the abyss, and they got a little overzealous in thinking, how can we use this? And then Solus says, "Had I not created the veil, the Evanuris would have destroyed the entire world." So I think that this organism that they're talking about, I think this organism, what the Evanuris and their greed would unleash, that they found, I think this is all connected. I wish I had a pin board to throw up here. Obviously the Magisters getting infected. It does seem like an infection, and like I said earlier, it's noted that it only affects living creatures, and I feel like that's the work. That's not the work of like a curse or something. That's the work of something else that's alive. Me and the boys. There's also a codex entry about one of the Evanuris maybe starting to actually get infected and then kind of gets brought back from the brink. One day, Anduril grew tired of hunting mortal men and beasts. She began stalking the Forgotten Ones, wicked things that thrive in the abyss, yet even a god should not linger there, and each time she entered the void, Anduril suffered longer and longer periods of madness after returning. Anduril put on armor made of the void, and all forgot her true face. She made weapons of darkness, and plague ate her lands. She howled things meant to be forgotten, and the other gods became fearful Anduril would hunt them in turn. So Mythal spread rumors of a monstrous creature and took the form of a great serpent waiting for Anduril at the base of a mountain. When Anduril came, Mythal sprang on the hunter. They fought for 3 days and nights, Anduril slashing deep gouges in the serpent's hide, but Mythal's magic sapped Anduril's strength and stole her knowledge of how to find the void. After this, the great hunter could never make her way back to the abyss, and peace returned. I grew afraid of how base she was. So even then it seemed to kind of make, and they might have been so strong that they were more resistant to it, maybe? I'm not sure, but it's something about it, something in the void seemed to make people crazy. Is the big thing that I'm drawing from everything. And I think it's alive. I've changed my thoughts on Qunari origins. I think now that Qunari are a corruption of the Scaled Ones, who are a mysterious race that warred with the dwarves in ancient times. This race may have had connections to dragons as they could breathe fire. So this is an old race. It is depicted in ruins that you find. These are actually, I think, both from Elven ruins. Of this mysterious, like, dragony race. And I believe there's also mention of it in some of dwarven history. There's definitely a codex entry from an ancient dwarf talking about, like, kind of coming across a gathering of Scaled Ones. So they're mentioned a couple of times and then seen a couple of other times. And it is noted that they could breathe fire, and they had, like, sharp claws and dragon-like features. But the reason why I think they became the Qunari is they haven't been seen for a really long time, and a few characters have some weird things to say about Qunari. So Cole and Corypheus and Kieran, who is Morgan's son, Corypheus, if you fight Corypheus as a Qunari Inquisitor, one of his battle lines that he'll say to you is, "What do they call you, Qunari? Your blood is engorged with decay. Your race is not a race, it is a mistake." Like, something's going on with, like, you being a Qunari. Kieran, if you're a Qunari Inquisitor, if you talk with Morgan's son and you're a Qunari Inquisitor, he says, "You're very tall. Mother didn't say you were Qunari." You say, "I'm told it's the first thing one notices about me." And then the things he can respond to you with are, "I noticed your blood. It doesn't belong to your people." And he can also say, "No, I just feel bad about what happened to your people." So it seems like something happened in the past that made the Qunari what they are now, but they maybe used to be something else. Cole also refers to the Qunari as having the wrong blood. So I don't know if in the past, if the Scaled Ones were kind of like some kind of offspring of dragons, or they were just dragon-like creatures, or something, but then somewhere along the way something in their blood went wrong. Another reason why I think they're related to dragons. There's a class in the game called Reavers, and they're warriors who have unlocked a new path of control over their body, a new level of control over their bodies. They command this untapped energy from deep within blood and bone. The Reaver path, however, is a double-edged sword. The Reaver specialization trades pain for strength by channeling their own life force into raw power and stealing the life from their foes. Reavers terrorize their enemies, feast upon the souls of their opponents, and become more powerful as they begin to die. It is not so easy, however, to learn this gift, as it comes from the ritually prepared blood of a dragon. Alternatively, wyvern blood may also be used instead of a dragon's to achieve the same effect in the Reaver ritual. So basically, to become a Reaver, you have to drink dragon blood in order to gain these powers. Iron Bull is a Reaver, but he tells you that he's never drank any kind of dragon blood before. So he's naturally able to tap into these powers without doing the extra steps, meaning I think he has some kind of dragon blood inside of him already. Yeah, he's built different. And I originally was thinking that maybe Qunari were some kind of creation using dragon blood, but I think these guys give me a stronger, like, point A to point B place to start than trying to figure out what was going on with making Qunari. Qunari are dragon-blooded, is that the mistake? I don't know if the mistake is that they're dragon-blooded, or if they were dragon-blooded and then something happened to their bloodline to make them less like this and more like what they are now. Because they don't look like this anymore. Some more evidence is in Parvalan. Before it was the Qunari's homeland, Parvalan was home to a tribe of humans who built pyramids in honor of the constellation Solium, thought to represent Elgarnon of the Elven pantheon. There's no evidence of any kind of conflict when the Qunari landed and took over, as if they were allowed in and welcomed. If they already worshipped ancient elven gods and had some lasting reminder of what they had looked like if they had more dragon-like features, if they turned into dragons, because they considered it the form of the divine, they might have viewed the Qunari as their return, as they look very similar to the statues in Elven ruins in the Fade. Because they have horns and they have those dragon-like features. So since this is an island of people who kind of seemed like they still worshipped kind of the old ideas of elves and ye old times. I know I'm zigzagging a little bit here because now I'm bringing in elves into this, but I think if like the dragon-like features that we see in the statues early on, if that was something that they considered like safe and like something that their gods would have, and then Qunari with their very dragon-like features show up and they're like, yeah, cool, you're back, welcome in, I think that this does track. I just think there's something going on. I think that timing and location ties in a little bit to the strength of this theory as well. The Qunari first appear in Thedas history as the Kossith around 500 years after the last time any scaled ones were seen. So basically the last time the scaled ones were seen is like, I want to say like -1, it was like -1000 or like -970 ancient. That was the last time any scaled ones were ever seen, and then around -500 the Kossiths show up. And that's the first time Qunari are ever seen. So I think 500 years is enough time and generations for like some kind of change like that to take place, and for people to not be able to necessarily connect them as the same thing. Is it possible the experiments ran by Tevinter turned scaled ones into Qunari? I've considered that too, and I'm that could still be. I think there's everything smacks of Tevinter to me. But I do think something happened. And obviously Tevinter was doing like a lot of blood experiments. Both for the sake of furthering blood magic and because they're crazy people. So I do feel like there's like Tevinter's a likely culprit to me. We do know that the Qunari came from somewhere north of Parvalin, but have noted they can't go back and can't communicate with them anymore. Like I said earlier, they're actively suppressing the information of where they came from, why they can't go back, why they can't communicate with them. This is just to say that we don't really know their origin, and likewise we don't know the origin of the scaled ones or where they came from. So we have kind of missing information there that could overlap in an interesting way. Iron Bull also states that he thinks Qunari now look very different than they did originally, indicating that they're still changing. So when you talk to him about kind of Qunari history from his perspective, he's like, yeah, I don't think the original Qunari looked anything like us. And he's like a high-level spy, and he has a lot of intel and access to things, so I think if he says that, there's something to it. There's something worth checking out and considering if he's bringing up that he thinks the original Qunari didn't look anything like they do now. I think that's a red flag. IMO. My sixth theory is that those beyond the sea are a society of deep sea creatures created by Gillenane. It was Solus who stopped her from destroying them, so they have this is probably the wrong word to use. They have an unsteady truce with him. I wouldn't say it's a truce. I would say that they're grateful but cautious of Solus. So from a codex entry, there's a codex entry about Gillenane. She's the Elven god of the mother of Hala, and she is the god of like all the creatures. On the second day, she drowned the giants of the sea, except those in deep waters, for they were too well wrought, and pride stopped her hand. So notice the capitalization. That pride is capitalized for some reason. The Elvish word solus translates to pride. So this could literally be a mistranslated, like in-universe mistranslated codex entry. Like whoever's translating it in-universe thought that it was pride that stopped her hand when it was Solus who stopped her hand. Not knowing that that's a name instead of, yeah, Elvish N5 translator. So I feel I feel like this codex is in more than one game as well. And the fact that it's been in more than one game hinting that there's something in the deep waters that she just made too well, that Solus was like, no, you shouldn't destroy. You shouldn't destroy them. I feel like is setting us up for something is in the deep oceans that Gillenane left alive. And now obviously we know Gillenane is in the next game. So I feel like we're gonna see what it was. In Tevinter Nights, actually in the last story in Tevinter Nights, is like the big finale. One of the robed executors shows up, who I mentioned earlier. I mentioned earlier that the book describes the Executor as having a voice that could be male or female, young or old, and it smells really strongly of seawater and brine. But we never get a look at what it actually looks like because it stays cloaked in this big robe the entire time. But it shows up to this meeting, and it's not totally railing on Solus, because like I said, I think they have some respect for him, but it was basically like, yeah, maybe we don't tear down the veil, and obviously if your creator almost destroyed you and then was talked out of it, you might want to keep her locked behind the veil. So he's like, no, we can't tear the veil down, we don't want to let them out, and then Solus petrifies whatever's under the robe, so that it can't talk about it any further. It would make sense that they wouldn't want their creator to come back, especially if that creator had plans to destroy them initially. But I feel like the constant kind of focus on the smelling like seawater and brine is kind of indicative that it's from the ocean. The smelling of seawater and brine also just applies to Gillenane stuff in general, which I'll get to. That's not the next one. It's a couple more theories in. But there is a pattern of some of the stuff that she makes and stuff that she's involved with having the smell of seawater and brine, which is why I think that the Executors are her creation. And they're a deep sea race that we just haven't gotten a chance to look at yet, other than through a robe getting petrified. Theory number 7. I still think that Elgar'nan of the Elven Pantheon and the Chantry's maker are the same entity. Some of my evidence is the sun. So this is, in order, the Mark of the Maker, Elgar'nan's symbol, the symbol of Elgar'nan, and the symbol for the Chantry. They're all very similar looking depictions of the sun. I feel like if this was in any way, I'm struggling to because so much of my theories for this comes from like vibes. It's a vibe-based economy. But I mean, so we know for a fact that the way that the old gods taught the magisters of Tevinter, the way that the old gods taught the dreamers magic was whispering to them in their dreams, and then they whispered to the magisters of Tevinter to come to go break into the Fade. So we know that even sealed away, we know that old elvish gods find a way to whisper to people. So I think that Elgar'nan found a way to whisper to Andraste. I think that her trances and her visions and the voices that she heard, I think were him whispering to her the same way that the old gods whispered to the Tevinter Magisters, in my opinion. I don't think it's a coincidence that this symbol of the sun kind of became the symbol of the Maker, and then the Chantry growing out of what Andraste described and told everyone about the Maker. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's a feature. I think that she was talking and getting visions from Elgar'nan, and he was kind of giving his same spiel about himself that he did when declaring himself a god back in the days of Elvenon. And this is where I might be going off the rails. I'm not gonna read all of these because there's a lot of text, but it is just a lot about kind of like how he is wrath and thunder give us glory. He's the first of the elven gods born of the earth. According to elven legend, the sun grew jealous of the favor shown by Elgar'nan to the things of the earth and so burned them to ashes. In retaliation, Elgar'nan threw the sun down from the sky and only later relented because of Mythal's intervention. He was convinced with her help to restore his father to the sky on the promise the sun would set each night. With the aid of Mythal and his parents, Elgar'nan remade the world. Most elves will invoke Elgar'nan's name when they seek retribution. Elgar'nan is believed to wield fire, light, or lightning that would burn his enemies to ashes. The constellation Solium, or the sun, may have originally represented him. The largest temple of Old Halam Sharal was also dedicated to Elgar'nan. What rails? I just feel like there's so much connection between him and the sun, and then there's such strong connection between the Maker and the Chantry and the sun, and that all grew out of visions that a girl had that were whispered to her. I feel like it's too big of a coincidence. I also think that this could be tied to the Chant of Light. The Chantry says their whole doctrine is that when the Chant of Light is sung from all the corners on the continent, the Maker will return. Considering this, let's talk about theory number 8, songs and the Blight. So there's a lot of things in the world that are considered or described as having a song or as singing. So lyrium and red lyrium are both described as having a song. The old gods sing to get the darkspawn to come free them. The Blight is also known to have kind of like an eerie and upsetting song. The Taint has an eerie and upsetting song to it. I think that the old gods whispered to the Tevinter mages and used them to break into heaven with the hopes of lashing out at the Evanuris or finding a way to free themselves by accessing the old power trapped in the Fade in Arlathan. When the Blight is spread to every corner of Thedas, whether from the blood of those killed by Darkspawn or lyrium that has been blighted, I think it'll be used for a huge blood magic spell used to tear down the Veil and release the Evanuris, including Elgar'nan the Maker. So I don't think this is Solus's plan. I think this is the gods who are trapped. I think this is what everything is working towards. Is when the Chant of Light is sung from every corner of Thedas. I think it's going to be when one of these songs, when one of the songs from one of these things is sung from every corner of Thedas, whether it's through all of this war and bloodshed and everything. I think this is what's going to make the Maker, aka Elgar'nan, return. Am I crazy? Maybe, but I think there's something there. Everything sings, and Cole likes to talk a lot about how much everything sings. If you go to Cole's quotes page on the wiki and you Control F the word song, it's like he mentions it a zillion times. The Blight has never really appeared in the same place more than once, so it's kind of spreading around, and it's said that the Blight emerges when an archdemon is found. But it seems weird that that no two are in the same place. So the first Blight mostly occurred underground. It did breach the surface and do a lot of damage, but it mostly occurred underground and demolished the dwarves. The second Blight was from all corners of the continent, so it actually popped up in 4 different places. The third Blight then focused on the center of the continent, so like the exact opposite. Then the fourth Blight emerged from the northeast and the northwest. The fifth then zigzagged down to the south. And now we're hearing whispers of a potential sixth Blight in the Anderfels to the north. So it has never appeared in the same place more than once, and it seems to almost go to the opposite. It seems to almost go to the opposite end of where the last one emerged each time, which I think is really suspicious. I think this level of movement and going back and forth, I've actually made a handy map. I think this level of movement and going back and forth is really suspicious and almost seems planned at a larger scale. So like I said, the original was mostly underground, or the first Blight was mostly underground. But like we have the 4 corners, which covers a lot of space. Then we have the center of the continent. And then we go up to the northeast and northwest. And then all the way down to the south. And then all the way up here. Getting their daily walks in. I just think that looking at this map and looking at the locations of the emergence, I think it doesn't seem random enough, I guess. I think it seems like they're not hammering 1 or 2 places. They're getting even coverage, which is weird. It's weird if a Blight just happens when an archdemon is found and it shoots up out of the ground and starts attacking things. Like, this is too considered to me. And the order is too considered to me. Like, it could have just like worked in one direction or another direction, but it's not. It almost specifically zigzags all over the place. There is precedent for extremely large scale blood magic sigils. In the sewers of Kirkwall. So a master mason made a comment that set my mind afire. She said that of all the cities she's worked in, Kirkwall was the most difficult, and that the city is almost literally a maze. Recollecting my first years in Kirkwall, I have to agree. Getting lost was commonplace. The city was a sprawling mess. The mason showed me a plan of the city, and my heart skipped a beat. There were patterns in the intersections, back alleys, and boulevards. Some magisters believed in the power of symbols or shapes. In the oldest parts of the city, one can make out the outlines of glyphs in the very streets. What manner of magic is this? Access has not been easy, and I fear my disguise will not bear great scrutiny, but I saw the records the Templars say do not exist. The blood of countless slaves was spilled beneath the city in sacrifice. Whole buildings were built upon lakes of blood. The sewers have grooves where blood would flow, all leading down. The scale is hard to fathom. A blood mage can channel great power from a simple cut. At least 1,000 unfortunates died here every year for centuries. For what ungodly purpose would one need so much power? I must retreat now before I am uncovered, but the answer is close. It is well known that the veil is thin in Kirkwall. Small wonder given the suffering in the city. But we've discovered the Magisters were deliberately thinning it even further. So they're specifically thinning the veil here. Beneath the city, demons can contact even normal men. Did they seek the Black City to compound the madness of their previous efforts? Or was it something else? We found a chamber where the veil is at its thinnest, long since looted, but the power is still there. Tonight we will go there. Pray for us all. So we literally have codex entries that Kirkwall is a giant blood magic sigil where thousands of people were sacrificed to thin the veil there. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to wonder if all of the Darkspawn digging at the direction of old gods and in this very specific and methodical spread, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to think we could be taking this thing that definitely happened in Kirkwall and doing it at a national scale. But that's just a theory. Theory number 9. This isn't so much of a theory as I think that Gillinan sucks. While most of the Evanurs were clearly monstrous in one way or another, Gillinan stands out among them as especially bad, which might be why she's one of the main antagonists of Veilguard. It's likely that we'll see more about her creations and what she left behind. So she's really the one who has been in most of the trailers and gameplay reveals. Sometimes a comma is helpful for direct address. Got it, Chief. So she's one who's been mentioned in a lot of the trailers, the gameplay reveals. It's always the characters are like, it's Gillinan, is that Gillinan's dragon? She's clearly a huge part of Veilguard. She seems to be one of the main antagonists of Veilguard. And I think that the reason that we're getting her primarily is because she sucks. Let's get I don't have a ton of evidence for this, but I think she sucks. In a Tevinter Nights story, The Horror of Hormak, Grey Wardens encounter fellow Wardens who have discovered what appears to be an ancient shrine of some sort. It appears to be like an ancient Elven shrine, specifically. Inside the shrine was a grey liquid. Ingesting it caused one of the Wardens to gouge her own eyes out and kill herself. And after her death, the liquid flowed out of her smelling like seawater and brine. She literally just flows out of her mouth. It's gross. As you do. Creatures with Blight, like Darkspawn, are seen drinking the liquid and gaining aspects of other creatures. So maybe, like the joining, it can take for some but not for others. Like, the juice makes some people crazy, but it kind of almost turns others into mutants, I guess, is the closest is the closest thing I can get to it. Yo, juice? They have to deal with kind of these abominations that are made from drinking the juice, that have other body parts that don't really belong. And at the end, as they're leaving, they look at the walls, the murals in the shrine, and it's noted that there's a map that shows that there are 11 other shrines on the mural. So there's 11 other sources of the juice out there that are as of yet unfound. And like I said, the juice seems to create mutations in certain creatures, but then make others go crazy. But it always smells like the ocean. It always smells like seawater and brine. And so I think her creations, I think the executors smell like that because they're her creations. And I think that the juice smells like that because it's her creation. But she seems... So like I said earlier, she wasn't originally part of the Evanuris. The Evanuris was originally the other. She was kind of like inducted in later with Anduril. Gil's got that ocean stank. Anduril came in later and was like, oh, like, I vouch for her, she's great, like, let her into the Pantheon. And so she's let in, but she's kind of, like, late to the party, and part of the agreement to let her in is she created all of these creatures. She just made creatures and put them out into the world, like birds and sea creatures and other animals. But then when she got accepted in the Pantheon, they were like, that's great, your power's cool, can you just like get rid of all of that, because it's not really like what our plan was. And so she kills like most of her creations except for the ones where pride parentheses soulless stopped her. And I think that's kind of monstrous. I think that she just kind of like made a bunch of living creatures and then destroyed all of them because she was like, yeah, I get to be a god now as long as I destroy them. Like, I just think she sucks, and I think it's gonna be clear that she sucks in Veilguard. And I just wanted to put it out there. And now, what everyone's been waiting for. Slightly adjusted because I have new information, but I still stand behind some of the principles. The elf ghost theory. Like spirits and demons, some of the Evanuris have found ways to escape from where Solus trapped them behind the veil, albeit not physically. They have taken the form of spirits who possess mortal bodies, which they use consciously or unconsciously to further their goals of tearing down the veil or simply to imitate actions they took in life. I don't know if I stand behind that all of the ghosts are elf ghosts, but I do believe that they might be followers of particular elven gods. If they aren't the elven gods themselves. Because I understand that Mythal is on this side of the veil because she was quote-unquote murdered by the Pantheon when Solus locked everything down. So that's why she's over here. Obviously Solus is over here because he was the one who he made the veil, he trapped everybody. So, I don't think... I've been struggling with this one. That's why it's a theory, though. I am, like, wavering on my commitment to it being the actual elf ghosts. Like, I don't think it's Elgernon. think it's Soleil's anymore, but I do think it was either their followers or spirits kind of inspired by them. And clearly we've seen that, you know, clearly we've seen that you don't need to be possessed to be influenced by the old god. Like, the old gods are doing just fine whispering to the magisters and getting them to do what they want without possessing them. So I do think that if there is a way for the old elven gods to whisper to spirits, to kind of make them do what they want and act on their behalf, I think that might be what's happening. Even if they're not doing it themselves. Lists of people with elf parentheses question mark ghosts inside of them. So like I said, I'm walking this back a little bit. No one freak out. It might not necessarily be Elgernon or Soleil's in Anders or Wynn, but I do think it is a spirit inspired by or a follower of one of them. We do have Mythal confirmed is inside of Flemeth. Well, now inside of Solus, because he absorbed her. There's an elf ghost inside us all. But the evidence behind this one, there is a lot of precedent for just like shuffling souls around in Dragon Age. The idea of a soul or a spirit passing from mortal body to mortal body is well documented in the Dragon Age universe. Not only does Flemeth's entire plan hinge on her passing her spirit into the body of her daughters to continue living, archdemons are immortal unless a Grey Warden slays them because their soul jumps into the nearest willing host, which becomes the new archdemon. Corypheus uses this technique to cheat death as well. So we know that souls can jump from body to body. I think for me it's the question of, is it, whose soul is it, and is it a soul or a spirit? Something interesting about Wynn died before joining the Warden in Dragon Age Origins, so she's dead. But a spirit, one that she says she feels was with her for a very long time, enters her and brings her back to life. She says that she felt like the spirit had a plan in doing so. Like, she thinks that the spirit was planning something, the spirit was following her for a long time, waiting, and then kind of took its opportunity. Then Wynn's son, Rhys, has a Templar love who dies near the start of the Mage Rebellion. This is post Dragon Age 2 pre-Inquisition. When Rhys's lady love Templar dies, Wynn passes the spirit inside of her to this Templar named Evangeline and brings her back from the dead. This kills Wynn because the spirit was what was keeping her alive. But they take Wynn after she dies and they bury her beneath a large tree. So a little bit of info on Soleil's, one of the elven gods. In her youth, Soleil stayed at the home tree to sing and make art while Andoril hunted and played. She gave the elves fire, taught them how to weave rope and thread, and to use herbs and magic for healing purposes. So here we go. In Asunder, Wynn says that she thinks the spirit inside of her was with her for a long time before it revived her, Wynn's magic was originally, when she's a kid, manifests as fire. So Soleil's, her whole thing is she taught humans how to make fire. She also teaches them how to heal. Those are her things. Wynn stayed with the farmer's family for several months. One day her magical ability manifested in the form of fire as Wynn fought back against the freeholder's son who was bullying her. Wynn appeared to have been born into the spirit healer role as a natural. So her whole like magic focus is on fire and healing, same as Soleil's. So I don't it is Soleil's who gave us fire and taught us how to use it. It is Soleil's who showed us how to heal with herbs, and with magic, and how to ease the passage of infants into this world. I don't think that this is like she did these things because of the spirit's influence, but I think that if there is a spirit who is working for Soleil's, I think that she would be attracted to somebody like that, if that makes sense. I feel like it would be kind of a going for the type of person you already know. And I think that given that she is a person with a spirit inside of her who lines up so closely with one of the Elven pantheon, I think I would say that she, I don't, like I said, I'm not convinced it's Soleil's anymore, but all of the Elven gods did have people and they had followers, and if they're not able to come do it themselves, I feel like they would have people who would be willing to come do it for them, and spirits who would be willing to come do it for them. More evidence is Anders. In Dragon Age Awakening, the party stumbles across a very intelligent spirit who calls himself Justice. In Dragon Age 2, Justice now lives inside of Anders as a host and occasionally takes over in moments of high stress. Ultimately, Dragon Age 2 ends with Anders blowing up the Chantry in Kirkwall and starting the Mage Rebellion. He says there's no longer a difference between him and Justice. Something similar to how Flemeth describes her relationship with Mythal. She is as much a part of me as my heart in my chest. So they both, like, it is weird that when Mythal describes, because she actually has the soul of Mythal, like she definitely has an elf ghost inside of her. Like the slide says, she's confirmed elf ghost. People with elf ghosts inside of them, brackets confirmed. We know this. So it is weird that she describes, like, she's part of me, and that's almost exactly how Anders describes having Justice inside of him. He's like, no, he's part of me now. I don't know where I end and he begins. So Justice is originally, his name is always Justice in the game, but Anders' skill tree at the beginning of the game, you have different skill trees for like weapons and magic and everything, but then each character has a unique skill tree just for them. At the beginning of Dragon Age 2, Anders' unique skill tree is called Justice. But then by the end of Dragon Age 2, it changes, and his unique skill tree is called Vengeance. Which I thought was a curious change and a curious choice of words, considering that Elgernon is the god of vengeance. Wait, I had another slide here. So I just think that there's too much that lines up. I don't believe I think that so far from what I've seen in Dragon Age's world building, everything is done really carefully. And so I'm less inclined to believe in coincidences. I do think, like I said, I'm backpedaling on them having the actual souls in them, because I do think that they may still be trapped behind the veil, which is why it's such a big deal that Veilguard is happening. But I still have ample stock in thinking that these are agents of their respective elven gods, whereas the forgotten ones, the old ones who are locked away under the earth, they chose to whisper to people. Elgernon tried whispering to people in the form of Andraste, and instead she got burned at the stake and started a whole religion. Started a whole religion that is not related to him. And so I think that maybe this is kind of another attempt to see if they can push things in the direction that they want them to go, but it's just another method. Like in the very first slide, this is a quote that Flemeth / Mythal has near the beginning of Dragon Age 2, where she says, "Is it fate or chance? I can never decide." And I think that there is, and she talks about how she, throughout history, as long as she's had Mythal in her, she pushes things in the direction. Yeah, I wrote it here. So I was trying to figure, I was like, did I write this down? She pushes things in the direction she needs them to go. They may not be important named elf ghosts, capitalized, but Flemeth / Mythal specifically mentions pushing and guiding history as she needs it to go. It would make sense that there are others trying to do the same, even through proxies. So I basically think either through whispering or through sending spirit agents, all of the trapped elf ghosts have been trying to push things in the direction they want them to go. I still think that Anders and Wynn are connected to that and are part of that, because I think that after having the spirits come into their bodies, they've been too integral in pushing things in certain directions and how they need to go, and keeping certain people alive and causing other huge catastrophes to happen. I think they're too important for that to all be a coincidence. There is another character who I always waffle on whether he has a spirit inside of him. He's a dwarf. And he's usually only kind of a background character. His name is Sandal. And he, in Origins, his whole thing is that he can enchant your weapons for you. And he's really good at enchanting. It's like he's like an insane expert at it, but he like can't take care of himself. He's like not mentally all there. His adoptive dad, says that he just found him chilling in the deep roads by himself, looking at a mural of dragons and elves, and he just looked at his dad and said, "They're coming." And so Sandals, since then, the only word that his character really says is enchantment. So you talk to him and he's like, "Enchantment," and that's all he can say. But there have been a few instances where he'll suddenly start talking like normal, and he's usually giving a prophecy when he does that. It might have been Dragon Age 2 where he specifically talks about the veil is going to come down, and he also says boom. That's true. I think it's Dragon Age 2. He specifically talks about the veil is going to come down, the old gods are going to come back. He just seems to know too much stuff connected specifically with the veil and the elven gods that part of me wonders if a spirit like tried to get into him and kind of made an impression, but then like because he was a dwarf, it just didn't take. So he still has like a little bit of that left, but I don't know. He's one I didn't even want to list him because I'm so like back and forth on it. And like I said, he's more of a background character. He has important roles and he has like weird things that happen that I think are significant, but I don't think it's as strong of a case as the other two. So what can we expect in Veilguard? We're going to Tevinter, boys! Like I said in my original lore stream, Tevinter is on the menu. I feel like we've all known that for some time now. We're definitely gonna get more elf god lore. It's hinted that a new blight is stirring in the Anderfell, so we may see a new archdemon. And we finally had the nature of lyrium revealed to us through the Descent DLC. So if word of that discovery spread, we'll get to see the world contend with what they've been mining this whole time, which is Titan blood. I think we're gonna see new races still. We did see this cool glowing dude in a robe that doesn't look like any races we've encountered thus far. The novel Tevinter Nights introduces executors in person for the first time, so I think we might see some of them. Both Tevinter Nights and the comics have teased more in depth with undead as characters. There's like my skelly boy Manfred. So I think we're gonna get to see kind of new types of characters and new types of people that we haven't gotten to meet yet. I think we're also gonna see increasingly horrifying demons as the veil is imperiled. And I know that we're gonna see creation juice because there are at least 11 more labs out there. So I'm sure we're gonna see the aftermath of discovering that that's a thing. Sandals the Tom Bombadil of Dragon Age. He's of very little importance to the narrative, but he might be incredibly important to the world building. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Illegal juice making. And that is the end of my presentation. I talked for 4.5 hours. I talked for 4.5 hours about Dragonurge. Is this gonna be on the exam? No, because I feel like I'm still going back and forth. Over so many of my theories because we're getting so much new information between like the podcast and everything. And with Veilguard so soon, I'm like, oh, like I want to be able to solidify some of these, but I also feel like I'm missing like 1 or 2 puzzle pieces from each one, and if I had that puzzle piece, I'd feel more comfortable locking in. But as it stands, I'm like, I don't want to lock in too hard. because I'm missing one or two pieces that I feel like I'm gonna get from Veilguard. Less of a teacher teaching lesson and more when you derail the teacher talking about Disney World so they waste the day and you don't have to work. Yeah, that was bringing up Cullen once. Maybe we'll just making a test for everyone to make sure they're worthy to watch our Veilguard playthrough. Well, that was the other thing is happy birthday, thank you. I got to start my birthday talking about Dragon Age. That's the best way to start your birthday. Yeah, well, that's the thing too is I'm gonna start Veilguard on stream for sure. You want a birthday gift now or during your birthday stream? Save it for the birthday stream. I have plans for my birthday stream. I got stuff going on. I'm also like falling asleep sitting up because I was up until super late last night finishing writing everything down. So I'm definitely gonna start Veilguard on stream, so I'm gonna start it tomorrow night when it unlocks. When it hits midnight for me. I'm at least gonna like start my character and do like the intro and everything. And then whenever I get super tired because I'm old, I'll go to bed, but then the next morning when I wake up I want to keep going. I can't stream the night of Halloween because I'm gonna have trick-or-treaters. And I don't want to have to pause every time I get up to go answer the door. So I'm gonna be streaming during the day when I won't have trick-or-treaters. And so I'm basically gonna go to bed, wake up, start streaming again. But that's as much as I have planned right now. Just not because I'm like, as I don't really stream games like Dragon Age, I guess. I like to really focus on gameplay, and there's exceptions. Like MGS is very like story heavy. It's probably more story heavy than I usually go, but I really enjoy streaming MGS. So it might. Am I gonna beat the first boss off stream? The character creator? No, I'm gonna do that on stream. But I feel like it is a different kind of game to stream for me, so because I know that I'm gonna be really, really into it, I want to at least start it on stream because I'm gonna be wanting to play it. But I still want to stream because it's my vacation. And so I'm gonna start on stream, and if I'm like, oh yeah, this is really fun to stream, and I don't feel like self-conscious about not talking as much, because I'm gonna be, I might lock in and be wanting to like look things up and stuff as I'm playing. If I'm not too self-conscious about how quiet I am and about the type of game, then I'll probably stream more. But if for some reason I'm just like thrown off by the streaming vibe, I'll probably play the rest of it off stream and then just like get back to the zillion other games I'm in the middle of on stream. Maybe no life it off stream and stream the second playthrough. Yeah. I'm figuring it out. I'm not committing either way. I'm going into it totally based on vibes, and I'm just feeling it severely. I'm like, I'm not mentally committed to it either way. I'm like, if I'm streaming it and I'm having a great time streaming it, then I'll keep streaming it. If I'm streaming it and I feel self-conscious, then I won't stream it. Vibe guard. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna stream it tomorrow night, and then Halloween afternoon for sure, and then I'm gonna feel it from then on. Next week is gonna be kind of complicated too, because I'm gonna be traveling. I had a death in the family, so I'm gonna be traveling due to a family memorial next week, and because Veilguard came out, I'm like, oh, I want to keep playing Veilguard. But I also want to continue to stream next week, so I can probably only bring like one console with me, and so it's also gonna be a little bit of that. Like if I'm like, oh, I want to keep streaming Veilguard, I'll bring my Xbox, but otherwise I might bring my PS5 so I can get back to the zillion PS5 games I'm in the middle of, like MGS5 and Astrobot and stuff like that. Not the Switch either. No, the Switch is like easy. The Switch fits in my purse. I just meant like in my luggage. But I need one of the Ricolas I have downstairs. Ricola. I've been hermiting up so well for my vacation that talking this much, I'm like, oh god. You don't talk a lot when you spend 2 days of your life 100%ing Dredge and all the DLCs. I've lost all of my vocal cord power. Full bed egg mode. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for Veilguard tomorrow night. Oh. I've been thinking about, I've been trying not to look into like the options for your rook as far as their backstory, because I wanna feel it, but I'm always an elf. I was an elf in Origins, and then I couldn't be an elf in 2, but then I was an elf again in Inquisition, so I'm obviously elf maxing, so I'm gonna be an elf, but I don't know what the backstory options are yet. And I wanna feel them. I wanna let my cursor guide my fate. Hawk clearly had an elf mom, making them a half-elf. Hawk had a decapitated mom. Dwarf maxing, dwarf mining. I've actually never played a dwarf in any Dragon Age games. I did try playing a human for some of the stuff that's locked behind human only stuff. I've tried being a human, but it never feels right. I gotta be an elf. Some of his female dwarf Iron Bull romance is wild. I feel like I'm definitely gonna be an elf, and I don't know much about the class system yet, but I always play an elf rogue. So I feel like I'm predictable, and I'm probably not gonna sway too much from tradition. Excited for the birthday stream? Yeah, me too. I meant to make a schedule for that, but I haven't, because I was so busy finishing my presentation, and then today I was doing a lot of chores and errands that I need to run before I travel for a week. So I haven't had time to make a schedule, but the rough schedule is I want to play Amogus. I don't know what order this is all gonna be in yet. I want to play Amogus. I have my little gremlin model reveal. I want to do a little bit of karaoke. Heard of Elf on the Shelf. We'll get ready for Qunari on the safari. Usually go human for first playthrough because the writing often tends to be really solid. It's just a good baseline, but dwarf max after that. Yeah, I'm not sure what order this is gonna go in yet. I might do like karaoke and then gremlin model reveal and then Amogus. And then maybe a little maybe some fun surprises. I'm trying to think of what would be a fun surprise. I'll just bust out tier list maker and start doing the most cursed shit I can think of, but I'll do it in like complete silence. You tell it won't be a surprise. Yeah. What if I tell you I don't? I don't have anything but my gremlin model done. Baby girl tier list. So I'm trying to come up with something fun. There was other stuff I wanted to do and wanted to plan, but this month kicked my ass. I just had so much going on, like at work, and then I obviously had like a bunch of stuff going on with my family, and so it was a little bit chaotic. Home safety hotline tier list, bed hag S tier, common hob A tier. What's the house fire? House fire, high house fire tier. But yeah, just like getting my butt kicked. Yeah, October's been brutal. I don't know what's up. Like, I haven't done half the stuff that I usually do for October. It was such a quiet, well, it was a quiet October for me, like fun-wise. And then loud with everything else. So there was like stuff I wanted to plan, and then I just literally couldn't because I just was so swamped and super. I was basically trying to keep on top of my like most essential responsibilities. And I did not have like the time or energy for anything that wasn't essential, basically. So I feel bad because there was a bunch of other stuff I wanted to do, but I'll just I'll try to plan something fun in the near future, maybe to make up for it when things calm down on the home front over here. Barely had time to play games. Yeah, I feel like that's why I went so insane with Dredge. I feel like, well, so I've been on vacation. I've been on vacation since like Friday. No, that's not even true. So on Friday when I said, okay guys, remember I have my vacation next week, so if you need anything, talk to my boss or get to me like before noon. Otherwise it's not happening. I all of a sudden, of course, got all of this like all these emergency requests at like 12:30 and 1 p.m. And I went to my boss and I was like, no. I was like, I did my job. I don't feel bad about this. And he was like, that's fair. So we actually went through the list of like what we could tell people to fuck off about, what we could tell people you can wait a week until Maple comes back, and what actually needed to be done, and pretty much everything we were able to just say, yeah, calm down, you can wait a week until Maple is back. But there was one thing that needed to be taken care of, and so I was like, I'll try to fit it in, but I'm super busy because all the stuff that people ask me for on time is filling up my entire day. And he was like, oh, well, I'll try. And I was like, okay. So I tried, but then I had to leave to make it to the near orchestra because I didn't want to miss it. And I got home obviously super late from the near orchestra because it is a pilgrimage for me. So I passed out when I got home. I woke up on Saturday and I was determined to finish all of the work before Bake Off because I was like, Bake Off is officially where my vacation begins. Could have swore it was nearby. So I woke up and I did all my work and I finished it like just before Bake Off. And so I was still working on Saturday technically. But then ever since Bake Off I've been on vacation. But Saturday I was honestly just like super lazy because we had the Bake Off watch along and then we had the horror movie watch along too. So I didn't accomplish that much, but then Sunday when I woke up, I was like, I should pick a game to play on my vacation now that I actually finally have time to play a game. And instead of choosing any of the million that I'm in the middle of, I was like, why don't I try Dredge? And then I didn't do anything else for 24 hours. So that's how my vacation's going. But I mean, now that I've 100%ed it, I mostly did chores today. I did finally start the Alan Wake 2 DLC. So I did that, but you did beat it, so that's one game off your backlog. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, today was mostly errands. But tomorrow, hopefully. No, tomorrow's gonna be crazy too. Never mind. God, I have a bunch of like house stuff tomorrow. The pest guy is coming by because I had an incident. And my oil is getting dropped off tomorrow. So I have to be like wearing human clothes, prepared to engage. Not rats. I'd be less freaked out by rats. I fucking wish it was rats. I came home the other night and I have like a common hob infestation. I have this thing where even though I have really, really bad arachnophobia, I won't kill spiders if they're outside. I'm just like, it's not, you know, inside is my domain. If you come into my house, you will die every time. Stay outside. I don't want you to come into my house and crush me. So I'm not gonna come into your house and crush you. Just like, let's stay in our own respective places and keep it that way. That's my philosophy. So even though I'm terrified of spiders, if it's like hanging outside my window, I don't care. As long as it's not in my house, I don't care. So I came home and there was a spider on like the, what is it called? Like the threshold of my door from my garage, like into my basement. And I was like, well, like we're in the garage and I kind of count that as outside, so I'm not gonna kill him. Like, he can live. He's not really inside, and I'll leave it alone. I'll just be careful when I walk in and out of here. And so I opened the door and I jumped over the threshold to make sure I didn't step on him or he didn't jump on me, and we had no contact, and that was fine. That worked out. But I was like really freaked out, right? Because I'm deeply arachnophobic. And so I was kind of amped up after leaping over a giant spider on my threshold and slamming the door on him. So then I ran up the stairs. And I got to the top of my stairs and I turned my head to flip on the light as I got to the top of the stairs, and the biggest fucking spider I've ever seen in my state was just like an inch in front of my face. And I like completely melted down. And it was just like crying in my kitchen. And so I was like so freaked out, and I fucking stanced up and dealt with him. And I was like completely beside myself, and I was like, I've never seen a spider that big in my state, never mind inside. I'm confused. Why? Because like, I get that it was in my basement, but it was like right next to the door into my house. You know, it was like, it was too inside. It was inches away from my kitchen, and I don't like that. And so I was totally freaked out, but I was like, maybe it was like a one-off thing. And then when I was leaving to go to the near concert, I was heading down those stairs, and I got to the bottom of the stairs, and a spider of equal size to the first one was just standing at the bottom of the stairs waiting for me, and then like ran under the stairs. And I was like, oh my fucking god, like they're definitely living under the stairs. And there's a bunch of spiders that are bigger than any spider I've ever seen where I live, just living under my stairs in my basement inside. So I called pest control, and I was like, can you just come look at this for me? Like, this isn't right. They're too big. Like, they're so big. It's hard to do. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say I've never seen them this big. Ever. My parents live like deep in the woods as well, and they get big spiders. They are nothing compared to what these look like. Something big must have died in your house for big spiders to be living. Yeah, that's my other concern. I'm basically like, how many of them are there and why are they here? And yeah, I have questions because they are so aggressively large. It doesn't make sense that they would even want to live inside unless there's like something drawing them in here. So I imagine you did have a rat problem you didn't know about. See, like, that wouldn't freak me out. I'd be like, okay, handle it. But spiders, no. So I have pest control coming tomorrow to inspect and deal with it for me. My place gets ladybugs. Yeah, ladybugs I don't mind. I've had a bunch of ladybugs and I'm like, great, fine. I'll take those all day. I don't want those. I don't want spiders, I want those. But I feel like fall always brings spiders indoors. Like, yeah, it does, but not of this size. Like the biggest spiders that I've seen in my state are probably like the size of a $50. The biggest spiders that I've seen in my state are probably like the size of a $50, like maybe a smidge more for like really big garden spiders. But the spiders that I'm seeing right now, I'm trying to like use my hands to think of like of like how big this is. They were like a little bit smaller than the average drink coaster. They were like the size of the top of a beer can. Like way too big. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, now that I'm looking at my hands, yeah, they're like the size of the top of a beer can. And I was like, that's not fucking acceptable. Like, I've literally never seen spiders like that here, which is why I'm like, where did these come from? I need answers. This is the body, not long legs. No, that includes legs. The bodies are still the bodies I would say are like, I would say the bodies are like nickel to quarter size. And then the leg, like they're chunky boys. And then the legs are more like the size of a beer can. But the legs aren't like super thin either. Like they got girth. It's like, did you by any chance buy a crate of bananas recently? I buy bananas all the time, but I don't buy a crate of bananas. I just buy like bunches of bananas. Gonna crawl under the house and go on some kind of peach-based adventure. But yeah, it's horrifying, and I've been having a really hard time like entering and leaving my house ever since then, because I basically am moving like Snake every minute. I'm like stealthing down the stairs looking at every single thing to make sure it's not one of these spiders. So I want a professional. I want a professional to give me a rundown of what the hell is going on. Cause I wasn't able to kill the second one, the one that ran under the stairs when I saw it on my way out, going out the door. I only got the first one, but I was like, the fact that there were two that size is horrifying, and I know one of them is still there. So, yeah. Rough out here. So I'm dealing with that tomorrow, and then I'm getting my first shipment of winter oil. Yay. So I have to be like dressed like a real person and have my game face on for dealing with people tomorrow. So it won't be total game goblin vibes, but maybe I can do it in the morning. And then Halloween, I of course have trick-or-treaters. I don't think I have like a uninterrupted day until Friday, so I'll have to figure out what I wanna lock in on before that. Oil for the house fire? No! dress like a bed egg to assert dominance. I feel like every time I do that, I'm planning on asserting dominance, and then I'm just really self-conscious instead. But yeah, so I'm gonna be dealing with all that tomorrow. But then my birthday stream is tomorrow night, so I'll try to be as ready as possible. I'll try to be as ready as possible for it, and I'll try and make up a little mini schedule to post ahead of time, just so everybody knows the plan. I clearly need to dress as a house fire. Just open the door, completely engulfed. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for birthday stream. Like I said, I'm gonna be probably a little karaoke, revealing my gremlin model, and then we can play Amogus, and might try to do something else. I'll figure something out. And then at midnight, I'm going to jump straight into the start of Dragon Age, and I'm gonna do that Halloween day. So, very, very excited. Yes, Father, I'll become what I fear most. Spider Moose is born. No, never. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for birthday stream. I'll try and figure out what the last thing I'm gonna do is. Oh, my nose. I'm gonna go take a Ricola so I can actually do karaoke tomorrow. But I hope you learned a lot, and I hope you're ready to watch Veilguard now. I'm really excited about it. I'm so hyped. But have a good rest of your night, or your morning, or your afternoon, or whatever it is, wherever you are, and Otsu! Colin.